Okay, that worked. Jesus. Okay, I'm going to... where's the option to... Okay. Sorry, hello everyone.
Hello.
Levin should be joining us any minute, but for now...
Sounds good.
For a little bit of a recap, sorry, everything's disorganized. You as a party now finding yourself in Barovia accidentally while answering the call of adventure. You were delivered a letter where you were welcomed by some very wolfy, angry boys. First friendly face you saw after getting to the strange land, you bought some dream pastries from a kindly old woman. Shortly thereafter, you met Ismark Kolyanovich and Irina Kolyana. You agreed to help escort Irina to safety, but not really specific where safety exactly entailed in this instance. While helping to bury the late burgomaster, father of Irina and Ismark, you were also given the information from Father Donovich, possibly that the Church of St. Andrel in Valaki might be a good, safe refuge, or the Abbey of St. Markovia above Cress. Either of those might be able to provide safe haven for Irina. Before leaving town, you stopped to talk to Mary about her missing daughter, Gertruda. And Manu wound up accidentally adopting her neglected dog on your way away from there. You left Barovia. You walked for quite some time before you found a crossroads with a gallows and a graveyard. While there, you saw where there was just an empty noose. There was a gray body that turned its face to look at you. One among you recognized themselves hanging there, but lightning flashed and the rope was empty again. Zombies jumped out of some graves, but you wound up running away. You wound up making the northwest road to the Surpool encampment. You were regaled with a bit of Barovian lore by the campfire and then urged to visit with Madame Ava. And in her tent, you had your fortunes read and were told of 3 items that can help you with your quests, and a person who might be of mutual aid, and a prediction of where a climactic battle was likely to take place. And you were provided with a tent to make your rest in, and then settling in for the night. Manu, this is a bit new for you, but for the rest of the party, this night's dreams play out in a similar nightmarish fashion as to what you've experienced the past several nights. A lot of quick cuts of gore and carnage interspliced into some of the scenes you've dreamt before. You see miles and miles of blood-red string connecting them all. You see the figure tumbling down a massive waterfall. You see the ancient temple carved into the side of a snowy mountain. You see the massive and oddly shaped something or other that crawls along the swampy ruins of an abandoned village. Then you see the blinding light from the highest point of a ruined and sagging mansion. 3 new scenes play alongside reoccurring images. Rings of some sort, swirling and overlaid. They are 3 separate rings of massive stones. You see as they separate. One is tucked into a forest edge. 4 huge menhirs around a small boulder. Another is a ring of 12 standing stones, forming a nearly perfect circle in wet, swampy earth. The third is a ring of tightly packed boulders, forming 2 half circles with a slight gap between them. It is set upon a large hill at the foot of a mountain. As your perspectives of these 3 rings continue to spin, you feel a pure and benevolent force coming from these structures, but then lightning flashes once more, and these rings start to coalesce, and that warm feeling they seem to be radiating is now replaced by cold, misty tendrils reaching out from the stones to embrace you in an icy grasp. The scene fades to black, and you feel nothing besides cold and loss and the despair of hopelessness.
What a refreshing sleep.
But with that, one by one, y'all are coming to in the tent you were provided with. Probably a little bit cramped in there. It's 4 and a dog in a who knows how many person tent. And this is what you're waking up to.
I didn't have the best sleep.
Yeah, I didn't
Irina's
really
probably waking up a little bit wig askew. It's like, oh, right, I'm not home. Oh, kind of shivers and kind of like eyes not completely open yet, kind of rubbing. It's like around at all of you. So, what is the plan? Should we keep going? Should
Well, it's either keep going or go back. So let's keep going, Irina.
Well said.
And I kind of, Sunny kind of reaches over and adjusts her wig for her.
Oh, thank you. How do I look? Do I look a mess? I maybe shouldn't have slept in this. You said the color may not last. Is it still?
What did we do for disguise again? I just want to remember like the specifics of what we did. I
think
Tegan...
you hacked up, or Tegan hacked up a wig in her disguise kit and dyed it orange.
Okay, and that will last
I don't know
forever.
how more elaborate than that it was.
No, the hair dye from my disguise kit would not be anything more than just like manic panic.
Cool.
So it's not going to last too long.
And I believe that we styled it like Blanca.
Yes, that was indeed what she's looking like. She woke up basically like with that Blanca hair, but it was sideways and like down forward. Very slept-in wig. I may need to disconnect and reconnect. I'm getting some choppy audio.
Yeah, it's not super. Oh, yeah. You're cutting in and out. Oh, there you go.
IT world have Hopefully turning it off and back on again did the thing. So should we get out of this tent? We're kind of cramped in here. It smells a little bit of dog, not to complain, but...
Very well. Let us continue our journey. And Ricky straps on his armor, puts on his shield, holsters his sword, and sets out.
You do this inside the tent while everybody's waiting to leave, or you kind of bring everything outside first?
Oh, I'm doing this inside the tent. You never know if there's a enemy waiting right outside of the tent for you, so you have to be prepared.
You do start to smell a bit of campfire mingling with possibly some cooked meats and vegetables coming from the direction of the campfire you were at the night before.
Okay.
Well. All right. Oh, go ahead.
Once Ricky is out, Tegan will follow.
Sunny is going to take just a moment to do her masquerade tattoo. I think she's going to change it every day. And I just put in the chat an image of what her tattoo looks like today.
Yeah. Very Dirk Wolf.
She's a performer, but not necessarily a visual artist. Or
feel like an awakened wolf or a werewolf perhaps would look at that and be like, no, it's kind of a racist mascot you did there. But it works. Sunny. You're kind of anti-wolf at this point, I'm sure.
Yeah.
They have antagonized you quite a bit.
Yeah.
I think there are maybe some details in it that it's not just any wolf, it's the specific wolves that they attacked. Like maybe one had particularly piercing green eyes or something that Sunny remembered. Beautiful long lashes.
Yeah. I'm ready for round 2 with that big bad wolf if we ever see it again.
Me too. Kind of. I don't know what we would do differently, but...
We'd roll better.
True.
Well, I was actually thinking about it after I whiffed another illusion when you guys were fighting that vampire spawn down in the church. If you know that the fog cloud is an illusion, you can see through it. So if you see me do that again, it's an illusion.
Oh, okay.
So that alone should give us a bit of an advantage. I'm not entirely certain how it would work. I know I can see through it.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know how it'll work for you. But it could help.
That makes sense. I mean, that was minor illusion, right?
A silent image. Minor illusion. Minor illusion works differently.
I think Sunny...
The sad thing is, because we know these spells in character, I'm pretty sure that conversation just happened exactly like that, in character.
Yeah. I think Sunny, doesn't get it, but just thinks that it's minor illusion anyway. And it's like, oh yeah, sure.
Yeah, just as long as you know it's an illusion, it's fine.
Yeah.
Because I don't have the actual fog cloud spell.
Mm-hmm.
But I can do an illusory version of it.
Oh, well then you're in for a surprise when I finally cast Fog Cloud.
I can do Earth Cloud.
I think that's just a rock.
Yeah. But you can't see through it.
Manu will he'll get up and
chunks
just kind
of earth like you're Minecrafting.
Yeah.
Manu will just kind of sit by one of the fires that people are just sitting around, and I'll eat a half of one of the dream cakes.
Okay. It's pretty good. Are you offering any more around, or there is, people making food? You probably each offered a plate of something or other if anybody accepts.
Sure, I'll take some.
I'll accept the hospitality.
I'm
Looks
good
like
with my tea.
some pan-fried and spiced, kind of like home-style potatoes and something like some sort of steak meat, but it's definitely not like a steak you've necessarily eaten before. It's kind of have so bit of a weird flavor and texture to it, kind of gamey. But it's not bad. I think one among the Fistani looks among y'all and kind of scratching his chin a bit, says, "Oh, mighty wizard came to this land over a year ago. I remember him like it was yesterday. He stood exactly where you're standing. Very charismatic man he was. He thought he could rally the people of Barovia against the Devil Strahd. He stirred them with thoughts of revolt and bowed them to the castle en masse. When the vampire appeared, the wizard's peasant army fled in terror. Few stood their ground and were never seen again. Oh, the wizard and the vampire cast spells at each other. Their battle flew from the courtyards of Ravenloft to a precipice overlooking the falls. I saw the battle with my own eyes. Thunder shook the mountainside, and great rocks trembled down upon the wizard. Yet by his magic he survived. Lightning from the heavens struck the wizard, and again he stood his ground. But when the Devil Strahd fell upon him, the wizard's magic couldn't save him. I saw him thrown down 1,000 feet to his death. I climbed down to the river to search for the wizard's body, to see if he had anything of value. But the river Ivlis had already spirited him away.
Would you say that the wizard was broken?
Oh, by a fall of that magnitude, I would say. If his body was to be found, it would not be intact.
Alright, I, in character, remind the party that one of the cards we got was Broken One, and that our ally will be a crazy wizard.
Maybe it's someone else, because 1,000 feet that's hard to survive.
Yeah, you might even say that it would be crazy.
And
there can't possibly be more than one wizard in this whole country. Besides, the multiple in our own party that use magic.
Yeah, but they're not really wizards.
Yeah, none of us are wizards.
I only play one on TV.
Tell me again, man, where this wizard fell down. Around what area?
Oh,
Where he tripped.
it was. I was taking a walk to bathe down by the Ser Falls. It's maybe 45 minutes walk from here. There's a big waterfall. I saw
Waterfall.
him tumbling down it when the vampire and him were fighting.
And did you say the Sayre Falls?
Mm-hmm.
GSCR?
Yes, correct.
Yeah.
It's a bit west from here.
Hmm.
Yeah, it's on the map here.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe we should.
Just a little to the northwest.
Maybe we should check it out.
Yes.
Oh yes, it's on our way too. To
Wait,
Valaki.
what?
Yeah, it's on our way to Valaki. We could definitely stop
Might as
there.
well.
See if we can find any traces of this mad wizard, and maybe we can find any items he had that this guy didn't manage to find.
Yeah, that sounds like a plan. I mean, I can hold my breath for a good while.
Well, I guess we should. That tracks. That seemed. I didn't know that about you, but for some reason I am not surprised.
Can't let any
Should
good,
we
good magic items go to waste.
get moving now that we're decided?
Yes, I think we should.
Yes. Make sure to
I will
Thank
say
the local-
quickly out of game is there seemed to be a significant delay between me and you because I'm also still getting kind of a choppy audio from you. And how am I sounding to you guys?
It's
There's
a
a
little
delay.
choppy.
there's a delay between your voice and your video, and your audio has a lot of little pops in it.
I'm
Yeah,
getting
it,
that from y'all too, and that was what I was getting at.
It
first
sounds
when I-
like it's a CPU thing. It sounds very similar to the sound I get with an overloaded CPU when editing audio. So you might have
and
quite a few things
OBS
running at
is
once.
reading. I have Discord and OBS running, and OBS tells me that 26.5 of my CPU is being taken up. Is that a lot, or is like just a little over a quarter of the CPU like
Not a whole lot.
And it's only running at like 14, 17 frames per second. I thought I troubleshooted this last week. I'm sorry, everybody. I don't know
No,
if
it's okay.
maybe because I already disconnected and reconnected, and that didn't solve the issue. So, I mean, I could do that again to see if that helps, but I'm worried that.
Ah, hello.
Howdy.
My own Discord randomly rebooted.
All right, I am back. How do I sound? And I don't know how y'all sound yet.
Keep talking a little more.
Yeah.
Yeah, talk. Check mic. Checky the microphone checking.
I would say it sounds better.
So far.
It's kind of still hearing popping from y'all.
Yeah, it is a little. It is still poppy.
Okay, well, I think I might
ha-
turn off OBS and just rely on, because I also had Craig start recording too.
Yeah.
I'd rather like continue playing than try to troubleshoot this with if turning off OBS works. I'll just try it again next time and see if okay. Discord. First I'm gonna hit stop recording. Sorry. Stopping recording. Wow, you're really thinking about stopping recording. We are experiencing technical difficulties. I re-listened to, I think it was our first episode, and there was that moment where I spilled the glass of what I was drinking on my computer keyboard, and I like moved my computer upside down real quick, tried to like get everything out of the way to get it, and like I don't know how it happened, because the song that started playing like isn't the first song on that album, but I like had iTunes open, and somehow like I don't remember the name of the song, but it was an Alamalman Basarat song. It's like I think they're from Finland, like klezmer metal band, and it was like the perfect "we're experiencing technical difficulties" music, and that was a complete accident. I did not do that on purpose. That was just like me freaking out, flipping my computer upside down, and then that happened. OBS screens recording shut down. Are you sure you wish to exit? Yes. Okay, can y'all talk a little bit?
Sure
Discord
can. I can
is-
talk for as long as you need to, as long as I continuously talk. You
you
should be able to
sound-
tell what it's going to sound like.
You sound pretty great, actually.
Awesome.
Am I sounding pretty good?
Yeah, sounds
Yeah.
Is the popping
it was
eliminated?
definitely that.
Okay, it was OBS. That sucks, because I really wanted to video record it, but oh well. Anyways, you guys were just standing there blankly for several minutes. Are you okay? Should we keep going?
So,
Yeah.
just wanted to make sure that we thanked you guys for your hospitality and prophetic gifts.
Oh yes, come back anytime. You are very welcome guest among us.
Why, thank you.
So is the are we going to be going by the Serafall on the road, or is this like a different path?
As you walk back up the like kind of offshoot of the road that you were on, you kind of have a left or a right decision. Left would be going back the way you came towards the crossroads, where you think you might have dug a ditch deep enough to trap some zombies. You don't know. And then heading right, you've been told is heading towards Serre Falls.
To the falls.
To the fall, but let's try to avoid the zombies.
Yes.
Okay, it's about 40, 50 minutes of walking, and you come upon, it's massive, this
waterfall coming down. Because of the mist, you can't quite see the top. But you're following the river to the base of a canyon at the far end of the bridge, which is this great waterfall. It spills into a pool that's billowing forth clouds of cold mist. You do see a great stone bridge spans the canyon nearly 1,000 feet overhead. Well, so, did you say you had solutions for up?
No, I thought we were just going to take the regular road, but like for the most part, we were just going to look around because somebody wanted to see if there were traces of the wizard here.
Yeah, and to that end, can Ricky? Are there any like plants in the area, like any old plants, like some trees or something that seems like they might have been around for a couple years?
Yeah, I mean, there's not so many trees right up against it, but definitely a lot of chaparral bushes, that sort of things. But a little further out, you do see trees, and then it does recede into the thicker foliage woods.
But
most of this is just like rocky cliff.
Okay. Well, Ricky will use his bracelet, his charm plant bracelet, to commune with the bushes. He's got some questions to ask them. Do you want me to post the description in chat real quick?
Sure.
It's from the shop.
But just a quick reminder of what the Speak with Plant spell exactly does.
Yep.
If it's like a ask 3 questions thing, or...
Yeah, it says it's like a charm. Yeah, so it's just like you cast a Speak with Plant spell, and then I have advantage on charisma checks made to influence the behavior, demeanor, or attitude of plants.
And let me quickly speak. Okay, so you activate this bracelet, and kind of like a whole like swath of shrubbery, kind of like almost as if there's like an animal in it, like making it rustle. They kind of just like rustle a little bit, and it's almost as if they had like a little cartoon chibi face that would like just turn to you and kind of like. Doesn't say anything, but kind of just like you are mutually aware of each other's presence.
Why, hello, good person. I would just like to inquire about events in the past. Do you remember a fight taking place in the sky here amongst a vampire?
I think you, in response, when you say, hello there, good person, you kind of hear a chorus response of like, hello, 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 hi! Just like different bushes rustling, and they say, what do you want to know about? The fight between, yeah, that happened a while back. Yeah, what do you want to know about it?
Well, I was told that the wizard apparently fell down this fall. But when someone we know went to collect the belongings of the wizard, they were unable to find the body. So do you know what happened to said wizard? Did he die? Is his body still around here?
Oh yeah, he got banged up real good. Oh yeah, he got smashed up on some rocks and floated down away the stream. I think he had a staff. Yeah, and a staff and an orb and oh yeah, some sort of book fell out of his robes and he looked banged up real good. Floated, starts kind of rustling in a easterly direction, that way, whatever you call that.
Okay, good sir. So you say he is floated, his body's floated easterly, and his book and staff, you say, fell off while he was falling. Did they fall around this area, or?
We don't know what happened to the book and staff, mister. Just seemed to float away in the same direction. Yeah, the same direction as the wizard.
Okay. Well, no further questions. Yeah, I guess no further questions. Okay. Actually, I do have some questions. How are the wolves in this area? They seem a little weirder than normal wolves.
Well, they piss like regular wolves. Yeah, all over us. We don't like it.
I hear you. Well, I guess that's all the questions I got, really, for you.
Thanks, mister. Awkward talking to you.
Yep. And I guess in payment, Ricky would... What would a plant want? Ricky would, get some water from the spring, the stream, and, sprinkle it on them.
Hey, that pickles.
It's like, thank you for the information. And then Ricky turns to the party and he just kind of relays what he's heard about a body floating easterly. Do you guys want to follow up on this right now?
What do you want with the body?
I don't know. What if it has
old man body?
Well,
old wizard, old man body.
Well,
dead old wizard floating body. What?
Alright.
I don't.
Well, one, he could have some cool stuff on him. Two, if we carry his body around, maybe we'll find someone who can revive him or something like that. You know, it's a thing that's possible for very devout priests.
That seems a little labor intensive to carry around a corpse, but
nonsense.
No, I'm in.
Yeah.
But if he still is alive, then I don't know. You said that he has stuff, so maybe his stuff is still. Maybe he couldn't retrieve it, so we could probably get it.
If we find him, we can chop him into 6-inch pieces and place him into the pouch of Tegan. I forgot what that thing is called.
Yeah.
I don't think we could bring him back to life if we did that.
Well,
maybe if we tried really hard.
I'm going to ask our companion, Irina. So do you remember anything about this person that they're discussing?
Not personally per se, but what I do remember is one time my brother Ismark came home and said he met a wizard. Someone who was an outsider who had stopped by the tavern. I guess he caused quite a kerfuffle and stirred up many of the village people, the village of Barovia, and they stormed the castle. Lots of the villagers didn't come home after that. I don't know if this is the same wizard, but we do not get outsiders much, but so chances are Yes. So, do we double back the way we came with the zombies in the ditch, or did somebody say magic means up is no problem?
Well, I thought we were gonna kind of scour the river a little bit first. I don't know how large is it? How large is like the lake and the river?
The lake, the river that you've been following is maybe 30 to 50 feet across as it meanders down. And this pool is about a good 100 feet from where it kind of widens out to where the cliff faces itself, and probably a good 300 feet end to end where the pool kind of hugs that cliff face.
I mean, if you want to look for his stuff, that's a large area to search.
And it also seemed to have already been answered that the things that tumbled down the waterfall with the wizard did get separated from him, but they also both kind of flowed east from there. You also were made aware that this was more than a year ago, so who knows if a wizard survived and crawled out, or just like kept going east, or maybe got snagged on something. And then the same goes with the items. Who knows what could have happened to the items? It's like those plants specifically knew they had headed east from there along that river.
So if it seems really important, we could come back and try and look for those. But for now, we should just try and get Ileana to Valaki. Irina, whatever.
Your disguise is so beautiful, we forget your name.
That's your name while you're disguised. You're Ileana.
Ileana. It's not bad.
Okay, that sounds like a plan to me. We'll come back for you, dead wizard body.
Should we continue on the road, or did you want to actually try and scale that madness?
Well, yeah, Irina, why do you want to scale this waterfall so bad?
I felt very unprepared when I left my grappling hook at home, and then I felt so like, oh, I told you so when we were at the camp, and they said, oh, big waterfall, you have to climb. And now seeing this, even grappling hook and rope, I don't know if I would try this. That looks like a fool's errand. But somebody among you said last night that
we could raise the rope up with a mage hand. Yeah.
Well, would we? How tall is the thing?
Yeah, 1,000 feet. So
yeah, we don't have 1,000 feet of rope.
Well, you don't necessarily have 1,000 feet of rope, and if you did, I think 1,000 feet of rope weighs more than 10 pounds. I think.
Yeah, I was just talking about you do it in increments, but
yeah. I mean,
same as you'd have to do with a grappling hook.
I do have a solution to get at least to get myself up to the top, which is cast my mold earth cantrip, which can be used twice at once and make step blocks up over and over and over and over 1,000 feet up. But that would only work for me because I can only do 2. Yeah. So I can get up there, and then if that helps any plans, I'm there. up.
Yeah.
Wait.
So,
I almost
okay,
feel
okay.
like you're onto something.
So, well, technically, I could take chunks out of the cliff and just drop them, and the chunk remains. And so instead of making protrusions, I would make intrusions and make a staircase in the cliffside all the way up to the top, right? Doesn't that?
Wow, that sounds
seem feasible?
very dangerous.
Yeah, I don't know. I think.
And does
I think,
this move Earth? Does it work with rock too?
Ooh, portion of dirt or stone that
Yep,
fits
so
within a 5-foot cube.
Wait, so you can just take out this whole cliff if you're dedicated enough?
Yes. Wait, yes, I'll just remove the cliff.
Okay.
I will.
That's
Okay.
going to take a lot of Minecraft hours.
We will. If you are all willing, we shall now start our 5-year excavation plan of the That's.
I'd say that would be a great community service for anybody that uses this part of the thoroughfare. And I want to say 1,000 feet, and you're able to do that as an action. That's going to take you about 100 minutes at least.
That's not
And
that long at all.
You probably take a point of exhaustion if you're going at that pace. Otherwise, it'd probably take 200 minutes.
I mean, if we do think
Which
this
is
is
what,
a good
200
idea,
minutes is what, like 3 hours?
I'd take it slow and steady. Why not? I'm
Yeah,
not in a rush. I don't even know that person where.
yeah. So 200 minutes, that's just shy of 3.5 hours. So talk about taking half a day to scale a 1,000-foot cliff.
But when we are at the top, it would be all downhill from there.
Yeah, no, I'm all for this. That is some clever use of cantrip.
Yeah, so I think you do exactly that.
I know this. I think Sunny is just like easily sway. Like if whatever plan is like in motion, and since Ricky is like trying to do, since I don't know, just whoever mentioned a thing last, Sunny's on board with. So she's down for this, or checking out the river, or doing neither, depending on whatever.
Well, I believe that you doing this, I'm imagining most of the party is probably going to be 3 to 5 platforms or stair sets down from where you're actively working. But this would give Ricky time to
we could do both at once.
Search,
yeah,
to do that. If like Ricky, or if Ricky wanted to team up with somebody to do that, you would probably need to, when you're searching around the cliff face itself, you would definitely need to like look ahead, because there are
look up
5 foot by 5 foot by 5 foot cubes of pure rock that are going to be falling down into the water while you're doing this. So I'd say you're doing that, Sunny, and you don't.
Sure, yeah, I'll go for it.
And if anybody is assisting Ricky in making an investigation check, you could do that with advantage. If anybody is providing a spotter to watch out, to say like, hey, look out, something's dropping out, I'm going to make you make a perception check first, with advantage of somebody spotting for you. So first a perception check. I believe Tegan said she was spotting for you, so advantage.
I'm going to be trying to help him search.
Okay. So if Manu is maybe like being a spotter, so you could spot for both Tegan and Ricky.
Yeah, that'll be fine. It's like half spotting and then half like, oh my god, you're gonna fall to your death.
Okay, so I'll have Tegan and Ricky make perception checks with advantage.
Yeah, I rolled
Followed
already.
by Ricky, after that perception check, make an investigation check with advantage.
I will also give Ricky guidance and bardic inspiration.
Okay.
So, for me though, perception.
So bardic inspiration is a d6, right?
Correct.
So for the perception check, Ricky rolled a crit, so that's 23 for the perception check for spotting for fallen rocks.
Okay, and Tegan,
Pretty good.
your perception check?
Perception check is a 10.
Okay, and that was with advantage?
Oh, no, I did not roll with advantage. Yeah, we're going to go with the 10 still.
Okay, as you're both investigating, I feel like Manu's pretty good about calling out, like, if anybody's directly under line of sight. Definitely Ricky steps out of the way, like, and a few drop pretty close, but it's like he's watching them drop and it's like knows. I think one gets, like, basically gives you a flat tire, just like you're searching, your back is facing the cliff and you're not looking up behind you, and you're kind of looking along this pool, kind of the edge of the water. And Manu is also distracted, kind of like looking at the bushes, the area where Ricky was just like talking to bushes for some reason, and doesn't notice that like one big cube of rock is falling behind you, Tegan, and you also don't realize, but it doesn't hit you. It just like basically takes your shoe off and probably scuffs like 1/4 of a millimeter of heel skin off. But maybe you needed a good heel scrape, so it worked out fine. Nice pumice stone, maybe. But Ricky, what was your investigation check?
That was a 16.
Okay. You're noticing, slick stones and moss, and just like knowing that this was an event that occurred a year ago, over a year ago, and also knowing that the things you are looking for did flow east from the pool. That searching around the pool was maybe not so good. But with the 16, do you like get up in the water wishing well style?
Yeah.
Looking around the waters, like in between the stones and stuff, and you've got like 3.5 hours to do so. Definitely. I'll say you find 16 gold pieces.
Oh, all right, that's 4 gold pieces for everybody. Guys, I didn't find any information that might lead us to the wizard, but I found some money.
And Ireno's what? Like,
yeah.
But that was somebody's wish.
I'm sure they would have wanted us to have it.
I'm sure it's good enough for Cindy Lauper.
I'll be right back.
So yeah, I think after about 3.5 hours, you're not like physically working hard, and it's like not a hot day, so you're probably not like breaking a sweat. But for some reason, I was getting the actual like Minecrafting like imagery in my head. But you're trucking along, doing pretty good. You're getting pretty close to the top, and then like, I think you're doing switchbacks where like every other like rise is kind of a dark chasm, like 5 feet deep into the rock surface, and then it doubles back, and then it's kind of like directly out. And then I think your last switch back, you're kind of in a dark tunnel, and then pop, 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 and then the light kind of breaks, and you're like, okay, sweet, I'm at the top. And
Made it.
To your left, there's a dirt road that clings to the side of the mountain, and ends to your right before an arching bridge of mold-encrusted stone that spans this natural chasm. Gargoyles cloaked in black moss perch the corners of the bridge. Their frowns are weather-worn. On the mountainous side of the bridge, a waterfall spills into the misty pool nearly 1,000 feet below. And that pool, you see, it feeds to the river that meanders into the fog-shrouded pines that blanket the valley. And you look to your west, you see the stream that was waterfalling, cascading down to where you just kind of chiseled your way up to. That part of the river is also being fed by a distant waterfall.
Okay. I think before I do anything up there, I'm just gonna climb my way back down, meet the party.
Okay, 1,000 feet. I'm not good at quick math, but I feel like that's going to be more than a couple minutes to climb down.
All right. Well, if they start coming up, in the meantime, I'll meet them halfway.
Yeah, I think
I'm definitely taking my time at this. Like, I am not rushing.
Yeah, I think Manu, make a perception check while you're spotting for these rocks, and every few minutes you just have to stop spotting for a minute, or you can stop spotting for a minute. But yeah, go ahead and make a perception check.
Uh, 24.
Okay. Yeah, I think you feeling real guilty about, like, you did give Tegan a heads up, but it wasn't until that boulder was, like, literally, like, 0.5 seconds away from hitting the ground. And then you're like, oh, fuck, I wasn't doing my job. So I think you were, after that, paying very close attention to, like, okay, Sunny is there. Okay, Sunny's going to be in there for a while. Okay, Sunny's there. And, like, every time a stone drops, like, after that point, you're like, stone drop, like, calling it out, making sure, like, people who are beneath it, like, so I think after just, like, a moment, you realize, okay, Sunny must have been close at the top, so you let everybody know that you're pretty sure, that Sunny is finished.
Alright, let's go up.
Yeah, say you'd meet probably exactly halfway.
Okay.
Awkwardly bump into each other. I don't think necessarily Sunny built a railing, so the outside edge is going to be pretty treacherous. But this has taken a little while already, so I'm not going to make anybody make a check. So you make your way to the top of this bridge. I think Irina is very winded.
What a sight, Ricky says as he just looks over across the waterfall from 1,000 feet in the air.
Oh, wow. Waterfall to my left, waterfall to my right, up and down. This is... I should get out, I should see more things more often. This is grand.
I prefer being at sea level.
Well, if this stays like stable, this can just be like a way for all travelers to make it up this waterfall, so no one has to go the long way.
Yes, That staircase was maybe too treacherous for children and the elderly, but I think you've provided a great service for the Barovian people. I commend you. Sonny, that was a good deed you did.
I think Sunny was about to remove the 5 feet of earth that would make everything crumble, and then it's like, oh yeah, you're right. That's just her own little thought.
I mean, yeah, we're up here now, but according to the map, we're closer to the big castle than I think we want to be.
Look at the map.
You can just avoid it a little bit.
This is a good point. Maybe somebody want to check me out real quick, make sure I'm good in disguise. Maybe we don't linger too long and try to get past that area really, really quickly and not look back once we pass that.
Yes, you look very Ilyana. Oh, is that what we're calling her? Yeah.
I think that's what someone said.
Mm-hmm.
Isn't that a bit close? I mean, if you're looking for somebody named Ricky, and then you all of a sudden run into Ricky, but his hair is blue and very long, and he's calling himself Dickie, would that really fool you? It's too late now. Anyways, we're doing this.
Yeah, Dickie is a ridiculous name.
Yeah, we're already dedicated to the bit, so let's just keep going.
Okay, you cross this bridge. It's eerie and the cobblestones are slick with moss. It's very even up here. The fog layer hasn't burned away. You're not above it yet, even at 1,000 feet. So it's still pretty gloomy. It is daytime still. That took all of your morning. I'd say it's well into the afternoon at this point. But as you cross the bridge, you are walking for maybe another hour. And again, even here in the mountains, the forest and the fog are inescapable. Ahead, the dirt road splits into widening towards the east. There you see patches of cobblestone, suggesting that the eastern branch was once an important thoroughfare. You also see, parked at the fork in the road, pointed east, is a large black carriage drawn by 2 black horses. The horses snort puffs of steamy breath into the chill mountain air, and the side door of the carriage swings open silently. I think at that point, Irina shudders and says, No, I don't like it. I don't like this. I think we should run.
I mean, we can probably take that carriage, can't we? That would make the trip a lot easier.
I don't know, man. We can't even take wolves.
No, I don't mean kill it. I mean steal it.
Oh, take it. I thought we were gonna get it. I don't know, man. I feel like we couldn't just take it.
I mean, why would you want to kill it? It doesn't even have hands.
Well, I mean, there's got to be somebody in it, you know. If there's somebody, if they have a carriage being drawn by freaking demon horses, they can't be good news.
Is there somebody inside the carriage?
Well,
the door slid open silently, but there was a few moments of this conversation where nobody had stepped out, and I think at this point you do see a foot. First, you see a hand grasping the edge of the door. Its fingers are, its nails come to a fine point, almost like a clawed hand. And then you see a very elegantly looking black boot step out, followed by the rest of this figure, dressed in very fine, like noble's clothes. You could see beneath cloak kind of tied into a cape in front of his chest. Underneath that, you see chest armor and a sword tucked into his waist. He's incredibly pale, almost like an ashy gray skin, no color to his lips or cheeks, and kind of sunken black eyes, and very, very like pitch black, long, pin straight, almost greasy hair that shines in the light. And he steps out of the carriage and kind of takes a moment to adjust his cloak and observe you all. And after a few moments of none of you saying anything, I think he kind of leans in for a moment. And he goes, "Bleh!"
Oh.
No, you should see the looks on your faces. Welcome, friends. My friends who told me so much about you. Yes, welcome to my lands, the lands of Barovia.
These are your lands, so you must be the count.
He is Strahd.
Yes, I pray the burgomaster and his sister have not told you undue tall tales about me. Yes, I am the lord of these lands, Count Strahd von Zarovich himself, in the flesh, such as it is. But as you look at him, make a wisdom saving throw.
All of us?
Ricky right now specifically.
Oh.
Ooh. That's a nat 1, so 4.
Okay. Send you something real quick.
So Ricky is dead.
Can't wait till level 5, where I get like, or level 6 or whatever, where Paladins get like +5 to all their saves.
Yes, you seem wise to respect me as the ruler of these lands. Yes, my friends have told me all about you. You have been here for several days, still unsure of the lands that you are in. I must confess, you intrigue me.
So what's so intriguing about us, sir?
Oh, well, in lands such as these, we do not get outsiders too often. When we do, I pay very, very close attention.
How close?
You seem to have been unconscious, I feel, at the hands of some wolves the first time you step through my woods?
Well, I mean, they did, not me.
Oh, you saw that?
Yes, you. Manu, is it? The turtle. I
Yeah.
have not had one of you in my lands in ever, I believe. I'm aware of your species. Would you make a wisdom saving throw?
Uh, 15.
Sending you. Yes, so very interesting. Having one such as you in my lands. I must confess, I was hoping for some elves, but... And I think he turns to you, Sonny, and he says, "The turtle is nice."
Before he can complete that sentence, can I use disguise self and make myself look like like badly an elf, like clearly joking?
Okay, like again, like your tattoo of racist caricature of an elf.
No. Use the. I'd like to have elfish features, but still have the musculature and skeletal frame of a half-orc.
Okay, I see what you're saying. So like bad photoshopping your face onto a muscle body, but the opposite.
Yes, exactly.
Okay, I'm into it. I'm very into it. I think he chuckles while regarding this display and says, "Oh, you don't need to change. I'm very familiar with the orc and the half-orc. We get them here sometimes, but I appreciate the variety and flavor nonetheless." And he regards you, kind of giving you like a head to toe once again. Would you make a wisdom saving throw?
Natural 1. Let's go.
Hey, so if it's not too much trouble, maybe you could give us a ride. I mean, we're trying to get to Balaki.
Patience, my friend. I have not introduced myself properly yet. And he turns his gaze to look at you, Tegan, and says, "You have been the quiet one. You, as I've been told, seem to be the quiet but reasonable voice in your..." And he looks amongst the other three of you. Group. How do you find my lands?
I found them in need of more color.
I think he starts chuckling a little bit.
More trade and outside exposure wouldn't hurt the morale of the people.
Yes, these are all good things. I do like it when things from the outside can sometimes find their way into my grasp. Would you also make a wisdom saving throw?
Oh wow, I actually rolled well. 19 total.
19 total. I think as he gazes at you, he is kind of trying to give you like a piercing look. And the longer he gazes at you, he begins to look more and more frustrated, before turning away and looking at all of you. For the briefest of instances, it's almost like he glances over Irina. Like, his eyes do meet hers, but almost like a coincidence of just passing over the whole group. And he looks down at your feet, Manu, and he sees this dog that you've adopted. And he kind of has a look of recognition in his eyes for a moment, and he kind of chuckles before looking back at all of you and says, "Well, it is perhaps only customary. Would you four newcomers to my lands come closer? I have a gift for you."
Yes, absolutely.
Okay, so does Sunny walk forward first?
Yeah, enthusiastically so.
Okay, he chuckles a little bit. It's just like, you are very enthusiastic. This is something I like to see. Would you look up and to the left a bit for me, if you wouldn't mind?
Oh yeah, yes, of course. I will. Well, I was just wondering if there was anything up and to the left anyway, so why not?
Okay, he is going to kind of drop the cowl away from his shoulders a little bit and kind of wipe down the front of his cloak. And then you see in the moonlight, he just opens his mouth like freakishly, like almost like a snake unhinging his jaws like too wide. And glinting in the moonlight, you see the fangs that are about to bite you. And you take 9 points of piercing damage.
Damn.
You also take 12 points of necrotic damage, and your hit point maximum is reduced by that amount.
By 12?
Yes.
Oh shit, that was pretty fucking freaky. Alright. Yo, I'm not looking good.
That was quite a treat for me, and I believe quite a treat for you to remember me by. But I believe I'm still wanting a bit more cream. Manu, if you would join me up here.
Yeah, sure.
And
sure.
provide your neck. Okay, you...
He's like, alrighty.
As he bites you, you take 6 points of piercing damage. You also take 10 points of necrotic damage. Your hit point maximum is reduced by 10.
Tegan's just looking around like, what the fuck?
Don't worry, your turn will be soon. I will be gentle. But, Ricky, if you would come here, please. Let me taste your flesh.
That's all you had to say.
You relinquish your neck to him, and he sinks his fangs into the side of your neck, and you take 10 points of piercing damage, along with 16 points of necrotic damage, and your hit point maximum is reduced by 16.
All right. So
I
smart.
think he is kind of getting blood off his lips in this very pervy and creepy way, and just like cleaning it all up before His eyes are closed, like he's just really savoring it. And he opens his eyes and turns to you and says, "Now, Tegan Picaresco, is it? Do you have the wisdom to come here and accept your gift?"
How is that a gift?
Call it a customary tradition for newcomers in my lands. It is a special privilege to be given my attention.
Yeah, just don't worry. It doesn't hurt that much.
I can't tell how much of this hesitation is mine or Tegan's.
It feels
I
pretty
think
good.
Arena behind you is just like shivering, like just like so much of the flight or flight going through her that she's just like trembling. It is chilly, but it's freakishly amount of shivering. She is very nervous and kind of shrinking behind you. I think you glance back a little bit, and she's kind of just like shaking her head no, and like averting her gaze, just like looking down.
I very well know I am very outmatched in character as much as I do out. I don't see that I have a choice, so I'll do it.
Ah, I was a bit worried, but you are wise after all. Come, let me give you a taste of my power. I think you step forward and says, "Would you please? I would like you to expose your neck for me." And just like with a abrupt suddenness that he hadn't taken with the others, just like, you know, there are moments of such hesitation before, but then like slowly start to expose your neck. And before you've even thought yourself finishing that motion, he just like pounces really quick, sinking his fangs into you. You only suffer 5 points of piercing damage, but along with that, you take 14 points of necrotic damage, and your hit point maximum is reduced by that amount.
Yeah, I'm at 8 now.
8 max.
Well, no, 8 current.
Oh yeah, I'm at 3.
I think he is licking up his lips again, with his eyes closed, with his head kind of back, just like basking in this power that he has, that he's been able to exert. And then he opens his eyes once more to you and says, "Well, my friends, may we get to know each other better in time. But for now,
maybe we can get to know each other over some nice dinner and a glass of wine."
Yeah, I mean, we're really close to your place. We could just go there.
patience. In time, you will be sent an invitation. You will know when the time is right. But for now, And I think you hear a rustling around you. You see several of these dire wolves that you had fought before. Before you had fought a pack of wolves, one among them was just massively large grizzly bear-sized wolf. You see on either side of this carriage 2 step out from the fog. You hear a rustling behind you, and several more are kind of... you're made aware that this entire meeting you've been encircled by a pack of dire wolves. It says, to be honest, I was curious about your capabilities, but you were wise enough not to antagonize me. I find this pleases me. You escort with you the love of my life, Irina Kolyana. I will have her. You cannot save her from me. I have lived for centuries. I do not need instant gratification. And while I have visitors in my midst, I perhaps like to play with my food. I sense hope. I sense courage among you. I can crush this yet. You will find that I do not abide rudeness. You are exceedingly polite. I appreciate this. If you were rude, I was going to say I had this whole speech planned for I will give you 3 minutes, and after that, and I tell my wolves, make them bleed. And you run, and we have a very good chase. But no. I will not antagonize you this way today. But be cautious. I am the land. I am ancient. I am Strahd von Zarovich. You are in my world, and there is no escape. Go about your business. Pray you do not draw my attention more, but do not hold your breath, because I do have eyes on you, and you do escort someone who is very dear to me. If any harm was to befall her under your custody, you will suffer my wrath. Keep her safe while you can. She will be mine once I'm gone with you. And then I think dramatically at that moment, lightning flashes again, and he turns around once more, and the carriage that he had stepped out on leaves without him, and he turns into mist and kind of starts misting away.
Well, that was pretty fucking sexy, but to be honest, I feel like shit right now, so
I think Irina was not the only person that was just like shivering uncontrollably during that entire encounter. I think, yes, Tegan as well.
Shivering from blood loss.
But I think Manu at your feet, the dog that you had adopted, Lancelot, was also just like shivering, just like incredibly, like almost like a chihuahua with a nervous system too big for its body, just like uncontrollably. And as the carriage is trundling away, the door swings open once more, and there's a small, soft object that kind of plops out into the mud. And then the door swings closed again, and the carriage keeps going on. And this small, shivering dog at your feet kind of gives two, like rapid, like the frequency of the shiver just like increases in intensity for like 2 times, 2 short bursts. And then there's a moment of recognition over the dog's face, and it kind of like bark, bark, and like runs towards this stuffed figure and sniffs it and puts it in its mouth, and kind of like very proud almost, like I did a good thing, like I did a good boy thing, and brings this object back to y'all in its mouth, and kind of like sits down and puts it in between its legs, and it's just like rubbing its face against this object.
I'll take it. Is it like, what specifically is it?
It's a little like kind of stuffed animal thing. It's almost like it's like egged shaped, and it's almost like those weird I don't know a specific toy to reference to get the shape I'm going for. It's like a stuffed animal basically, but it's like not shaped like the thing that it's trying to be. It's kind of like egg-shaped with skinny arms and legs coming off of it. It's got like a pale face with black hair and kind of like red and black robes over it, and its little like stupid hands like sticking out, and its little stupid feet sticking out of a cloak. And it's got like these white felts, fangs sticking out of its like stitched smile, almost like the uwu cat, like a W mouth. It's basically like a really stupid looking vampire stuffed animal. You see it's, it landed in the mud. It's a bit scuffed and dirty and soiled. And it looks like it's been a child's toy for at least 20 years, like a very loved toy. You flip it over and you see on the underside there is a tag, a little label on it that says, "Is no fun, is no Blinsky, BLINSKY."
Wait, say that again?
The tag on the bottom of this stuffed animal, it reads, "Is no fun, is no Blinsky." Exclamation mark. Is no fun, comma, is no Blinsky, exclamation mark.
I'll just like wipe it off and put it away. And just be like, we can play later.
I think Lancelot is a little bit irritated and kind of like paws up at the bag that you put that away in. Like barking at you a little bit, like bark, bark.
I guess just give him the doll so he stops making noise.
No, we'll play later. We gotta go.
He gives you kind of like a dejected whimper, like a like as if to say in dog, fine, and kind of is still like almost more cat-like than dog-like, kind of like rubbing its flank up against the sides of your legs, but is calmed down and is not being so barky anymore. On a side note, this is not necessarily related. I had a couple friends that were like, I don't know, kind of like punk rock, swilly friends, and they had their dogs that they taught like different dog commands to, and I thought the different things were funny. Like, this is the command work to get it to do that, but like to stop barking instead of like no barking or whatever is like quit snitching. Is the command work to get the dog to stop barking. I thought that was pretty good.
Gotta teach it to my dog.
But anyways, y'all are at this crossroads. The carriage has just gone off to the road to your right. That's heading east. And then there's the other road heading to your left. That's heading west, which is your intended destination. But I think that is probably a good spot to slot in our break. So it's 8:04 here. Let's pretend it's 8:05. 15 minutes from that would be 20. So 8:20 for Sunny and I, and then 10:20 for everybody else. Sound a good time to come on back in?
Sounds good.
Sounds good.
did want to say how it was kind of great how Sunny just basically Minecrafted a set of stairs up the side of this cliff. I wouldn't necessarily say that was a huge increase in like accessibility for the area, because there's another path that gets up to the top of the waterfall that's just like longer, and people who are, you know, need accessibility would take that way still. But I don't know, I think that's kind of neat that like this area of Barovia is permanently altered because of y'all.
Howdy.
Hello.
Hey.
Hey, Addy.
I just realized I was talking with my mic off. I was just saying, I while you were still out, I was saying how it was like kind of neat that you spent 3.5 hours doing what would take Barovian commoners decades to accomplish, and carving like basically like, oh yeah, you're from San Diego, so like imagine the Black's Beach staircase.
Oh my god.
Times 10, or I don't know how many feet that is.
I have spent so much time there, you know, because I used to skate down it. The like
the hill, the drive.
Yeah, the really steep. Like,
I was about to say
path.
You skated down the staircase.
No, I skated down the drive path.
That's a pretty big hill to bomb.
It's very fun. One of my friends flew in and tried his first try doing it. If there had not been a guardrail there, he would have died.
Oh yeah.
He immediately fell down, smashed into the guardrail, then looked over the cliff and went, "Oh my god." He was not the most responsible skater I've ever met.
Mm. Yeah, well, I haven't really like skateboarded since I was in like junior high, but like bombing hills is like on a skateboard is way scarier than like on a bike for me. Like I'll take hills on bike that I would never like even stand at the top of on a skateboard, let alone go down it.
Yeah, I was never much of a bomber. I would slide quite a bit as going down.
The carbon type.
Yes. Throw like 2 big slides on each turn, but it was fun. And
maybe
then
we'll
I
have
gave
to
up
homebrew
skating
some sort of.
All of my friends kept getting hurt, and I didn't want to break my wrist and not be able to play music.
Maybe we'll have to homebrew some sort of like Barovian mountain board so y'all can carve down Mount Gaucus or something. But anyways, picking back up, y'all just had a fucking intense encounter with the Count Strahd von Zarovich. 3 days in Barovia, you finally meeting this figure that you've heard so much about. He gave each of you a little peck on the neck. What is everybody's hit points at right now?
Woof. By the way? My current hit points is 3, and my max hit points is 12.
Wow.
So, not super good. Sunny's like, hey, anybody want a long rest for like maybe a couple days?
Yeah, Ricky's at 10 out of 20.
Tegan is at 8 out of 13.
Oh, no.
Despite our condition, we should probably still keep going. I mean, we've barely made any headway today.
I don't think I'm like in any shape to do anything other than collapse at this point.
I hear you.
You all
Yeah.
are standing around assessing your state of being, and you see like Irina is kind of like stock, like planted in the ground. I was about to say stock still, but she is still shivering very much, kind of just like looking at her feet, kind of like in a state of shock.
She might be the strongest member of the party left, honestly.
Yes, but he's done this to me, but I was not in a state. It was very hazy. My recollection of this happening. It was almost like a dream from several days ago. You don't really remember this. How are you feeling? I'm sorry. I'm taking this very bad, but it's almost like I've seen this firsthand for the first time. Do you, aside from your health, I'm sure you feel very weak, but your minds, do you feel yourself?
I mean, I feel as much myself as I always have.
Same here.
Yeah, I'm Sonny.
Yeah. I realize I have a strong attraction to Count Strahd, but that's pretty much it.
Oh yeah, me too.
She laughs for a second and then looks at both of you and says, this is your outsider humor, right?
I wasn't making a joke, but if you laugh, then I'll say yes.
I will not laugh for no reason. He was a very attractive man, and he damaged me very heavily.
Physically or emotionally?
Oh, in every way. Spiritually too. I don't know what to believe in anymore.
Well, how are you feeling? Should we keep going, or are you weak? Should we? I don't know. You did that neat thing with the cliff face. Could you maybe hollow out a spot to camp out in that would be safe? I do not want to rest on the road at night. So we should go, or maybe figure out somewhere safer than just pitching a tent.
I think we should try to at least get some distance today. I mean, it's like right there.
I don't know, man. I kind of want to rest. What if we get attacked by wolves again, and they just slaughter us this time because we're at like 25% capacity?
Well, that's when you just run and hope that they don't catch up.
Wolves run faster than people.
Running faster. Did you see the size of those wolves? Their legs were as tall as I am tall.
Come on. Let's take a nap. Climbing up those Minecraft things is pretty hard.
Sonny, I did excavate the whole mountain today, then lost all of my blood, and was also struck by a handsome man. So I've pretty much had about all I can take for the day. I am happy to see what everyone else thinks, but I'm only doing that because I'm so weak at the moment. I can't argue at all.
I hesitate to agree with Sonny because of the danger it would pose spending the night on the road. But that stuff you did with the click face, if you could maybe do something there.
Yeah,
or
I can do that. I can
I just don't want to.
A pit.
I don't know if I could take a long rest while not knowing if something would creep up on me in the night.
Yeah, I can make a pit and surround it with what's it called? Difficult terrain. I can remember what it's called.
Well, I know it is difficult to tell when the mist never burn off, but it appears to be perhaps late afternoon. She says, looking up into the sky between the canopies of the trees. It seems like if you could provide us safety for a night, or at least some semblance of such, perhaps it is best to not continue on in such a state.
Yeah. Just to be on the safe side, while we're setting up camp, Tegan will tap everyone for just a simple level 1 cure wounds.
All right.
How much is that?
I haven't rolled it yet.
Oh, okay.
So I'll do Sunny first. You get 9. Then Ricky.
Up to full, 12.
Ricky, you get only 2, unfortunately.
Oh.
Okay.
And Manu gets 6. And Tegan got 2 as well.
If we're taking a long rest, then I will go ahead and do a little bit of healing word.
Okay, and just to be clear, are y'all like kind of at the crossroads where you were, or did you double back a little bit to the bridge to kind of do some sort of like Minecraft base in there, or just like elsewhere on the road, just like kind of set this up?
We should probably do this like off the road, so
Yeah, that sounds good.
Yeah.
kind of out of sight of the road.
Mhm.
So I'll give 8 to Ricky, and then I'll do
At max, baby.
and then the other one to Tegan for 10.
Thank you.
And okay, so off the side of the road, you're just kind of like hollowing out an area, like, I don't know, probably like your first Minecraft house, like kind of under level of dirt.
Yeah, a
and
quality dirt house.
You're doing something else to make the terrain around it difficult terrain?
Yeah. Which I think is permanent. Well, let me double check that it's not 2 at once. Oh, no, never mind. That changes. Difficult terrain is only for 1 hour.
Oh, okay. But nonetheless, you're kind of setting up this area that you're kind of trying to stealth camp in. I don't know, do you, like, maybe, like, how do you try to disguise this from the road? I imagine you're not trying to stray too far into the woods itself. But maybe, like, collecting some shrubbery and, like, placing it around, like, the little opening and maybe, like, facing that opening away from the road. How are you kind of disguising this as, like, a passerby wouldn't even notice that people are camping there?
With the net that I have, we can kind of sort of hang that up next to a tree that we're kind of sitting by.
Kind of DIY like, ghillie suit?
Yeah, basically like a little ghillie screen.
Yeah. Okay. Cool. Make what kind of check would that be? Stealth check doesn't seem to make sense. A nature check I don't think applies to that either. Make a survival check.
A 21.
Guidance and bardic inspiration, because why not?
Is that advantage and a d6?
Yeah. No, not an advantage. It's a d4 and a d6.
D4 and a d6.
Okay, so with those, it's 25 total.
I think maybe someone among you was kind of walking to the other side of the road to do a little, like, pee break behind some bushes and stuff, and you're setting this screen up, and you're kind of looking at it. You think you got it pretty good. You're looking at it from a couple different angles, and whoever that was kind of walks back and is like, where's the thing? And you get to say, oh, I did a good job.
I'll also I have two 10-foot lengths of chain. I wanna like set those up with some sticks. They have the like the fish hooks and the bells, so it's kind of like a tripwire alarm system.
Are you setting that, like, across the road, or just, like, around, like, if somebody was to walk off the road, like, around your screen?
I'd put it about 20 feet away from where we're camping. In two separate 10-foot lines, so that it's a little spread out.
Okay. That being done, I think y'all seem to have a pretty stealthy, logistical, like, camp set up. You specifically are feeling pretty confident in it, and I think Irina is kind of like steps her head out of this kind of like mud hole and kind of looks around and says, "Well, this is." You know what? This is surprisingly more cozy than I was expecting. Good job, everyone. Just to be on the safe side, should we maybe perhaps set watch, or...
Oh, yeah. I can take the first watch. Who wants to take the second watch? We should probably have like 2-hour shifts.
I can take second.
I'll take the third watch.
Good, because I did not want to take any watch.
I'll go last, yeah.
Very good.
Okay.
Okay, so as all of you kind of settle in for the night, I think Irina's snacking on some salted meats that were stored in the back wall kind of like settling in. I think she maybe. Oh, Manu, may I? I'm embarrassed to ask. May I borrow him? I think I need a bit of a snack.
Oh yeah, that's fine.
Come here. And I think she goes over to like one quarter and kind of L shapes up into the corner and kind of just, like falls asleep, petting the dog. Yes, in this game you can pet the dog. Ricky, make a perception check.
All right, baby. Oof, I'm not rolling well today. That's a 5.
All right. Just the rain falling, kind of, it's dark and hazy. You're almost dozing off yourself, not feeling super well. You're not feeling at your most potential. I think you're kind of like lost in thoughts. But you estimate at least 2 hours have passed on your watch and nothing of note has happened. So you're free to pass that responsibility along to the next person.
That would be me.
Or yeah, Ricky wakes up Tegan and then goes to sleep.
Tegan, as you're watching kind of just like out from your little area, I don't know if maybe you're just like poking your head out and kind of just like occasionally looking to your left and to your right. Go ahead and make a perception check.
That's total of 7.
Okay. Yeah, much the same. The rest of your watch passes without events. I think you were almost relieved to wake back up and almost dreading going back to sleep because you were having, similar recurring dreams as you've had much the same last several nights. But you estimate that you also have watched about 2 hours and are free to relieve yourself of duty and pass that to the next person, which I believe was Manu. Yep. Was it Manu? And Sunny was last.
Yeah, I'm not going to be too attentive. I'm actually going to get away from camp for a second, and I'm going to put a little water in my iron pot because I just plan on doing a little cooking.
Okay. Cool. While you're doing that, I assume you're probably walking a good bit of a ways back towards like the bridge and that water source to get fresh water. While you're doing that, make a perception check.
That is a total of 12.
Okay. Misty, I feel like you go down to the riverside and get a pot of water, and like halfway there, you're like, this is a much longer walk than I thought it was going to be. And you do finally get there, and then you start walking back and make a survival check.
Okay, 22.
Okay, you walk maybe 15 feet past where you had set up your little stealthy screen. Like, it fooled you even for a moment, but then you were like, no, we definitely didn't go this far yet. So you were able to turn back around and get back to your camp. But the amount of time it took was probably an hour and a half out of your 2 hours watch.
I'll save the water for later. Then I'll make it. I'll make my little beef jerky and the hardtack porridge later.
Yuck. But yeah, the rest of your watch passes without event, and you estimate it's been about 2 hours, and you're free to pass that responsibility off to Sunny.
And I'll kind of tap Sunny with my foot. Like, hey, it's your turn.
Okay, cool. Sunny will take over. I think since she went last, she kind of like this is basically her morning at this point because she won't get a chance to sleep again. So I think waking up with only 12 hit points is quite a shock to her system. And like as a tall, strong half-orc, this is not what she is used to. So I think she spends the whole day kind of like doing like calisthenics and like kind of like testing her body out and like seeing like why am I weak now and like why do I feel like shit and just like stretching everything.
You do wake up feeling better after having slept for 6 hours. After having the benefit of a long rest, to speak more mechanically, your the reduction of your hit point total goes back to its usual hit point maximum.
Then she revels in the wonderful body that she has and practices calisthenics and just like does some morning, like it's like orc yoga, which is like
I was about to say orc yoga.
It's orc yoga, which is like very not calming and very aggressive. Like normally it's done extremely loudly, but she's being like courteous and like kind of doing like little whisper screams towards the sky, you know.
So while you're doing this like primal bodily rejoicing that's like half yoga, half jazzercise, half Taibo, like, half MMA fighting.
I think I imagine it as a Super Saiyan transformation silently.
Yeah, just... It's over 5,000. While you're doing that, go ahead and make a perception check.
This is my normal form.
Alright, that is 15.
Okay. You see, as you're Super Saiyan posing in front of this little hut that you built that everybody else is still slumbering in, several hundred yards away through the fog, you see flickering torchlight.
Okay. Is it moving around at all?
It is. It's kind of floating down a little bit lazily, almost like a cartoon firefly or something.
How far away does it look?
Several hundred yards away, and it doesn't seem to be like moving closer or further away. It's just kind of...
Okay. I think I will just keep an eye on it and let everyone finish sleeping. If it begins to move at all, I will definitely waken the party. Okay.
You continue along with your orc yoga, which I think is great. I think that should be like a stoner metal band name. You're making sure every few minutes to look over, and by your estimation, it hasn't moved any closer.
Okay.
In fact, towards the end of your watch, you reckon about 2 hours has passed. You look back again, and you're not really seeing it through the fog anymore. In fact, I think several times before that, it seemed to be... it didn't seem to necessarily be getting smaller because it's like slight increments, but it did seem like the level of opacity of the fog in between you and this object just seemed to be getting less and less transparent until the last time you looked. You just don't see it anymore. But that would bring your watch to an end. You don't see a sunrise, but just like a slowly lightening sky, kind of from this dusky twilight into like this kind of diffused gray light that tells you that it is sunrise.
All right. I will gently wake the party with. I'll just start doing my yoga at like a 2 out of 10 volume, which bear in mind the 10 is extremely high, so a 2 is still like maybe not the most courteous wake up.
Okay. And the rest of you, your hit point maximum is also no longer reduced by the amount of necrotic damage you took in that last fight.
Fight. In quotations.
I said bite.
Oh, bite. Okay. Muggy.
So your hit point maximum should be at usual. Speaking of which, Levin, I'm not sure if you...
Oh, yeah, I changed it to 36. I put 36 as my rolled, but then I didn't realize it added my constitution modifier on top of that. So...
Okay, I think Irina kind of hears your orcish grunting and kind of stirs first. I think actually maybe before Irina, Lancelot gets up and is kind of like definitely not as loud as you're being, but is like barking at you. Like once every like 3 grunts, you're like, and then Lancelot's like, and I think Irina gets up and is like, what is this racket? I thought we were being stealthy. And I think the other 3 of you are probably getting up shortly after that.
Is this the first time Sunny has done her orc yoga?
Yes.
Okay.
Well, not the first time she's done it, but the first time I think she's done it around everyone else.
Cool. So, yeah, Ricky just comes out like, what the hell is that noise? Oh.
Are we fighting? Are we fighting?
What? No, I'm simply doing my morning some stretching. If we were fighting, it would sound more like, and then I do a let's say a 5 out of 10 orcish bellow.
Which would destroy all of our eardrums, so I appreciate that.
Yes.
Oh my goodness.
We're trying to not be seen here.
Oh yes. Well, you won't see this. It is. You can only hear it.
Sonny, I've never realized how that you had some crazy pipes.
Oh yes. Besides being an orc, you know, being a street performer, you have to learn to project. You got to hit those back row seats.
I get it.
I should mention quickly that the 3 of you, Ricky, Sonny, and Tegan, have continued to have these like really kind of like horrific nightmares of dreams. Manu, you had another very pleasant night's sleep, dreaming you're on the ocean on a boat on a nice warm day, feeling, you know, the breeze on your back, but also the sun warming your skin and smelling the salt in the air, and it's filling you with contentment. So you once again had the benefit of, you know, having a dream pastry sleep, but the other 3 of you were, you know, also waking up after some PTSD nightmares.
Maybe I should have bought those dream pies.
I wish I could just stay asleep. I just don't want to wake up, like, ever.
Well, I guess it's onwards we go.
Yes, I guess west from here still to Velaki. See if that church feels good. I don't like the idea of living at a church, to be honest with you, but they say it's a walled-in, fortified town, and yeah, we'll see.
We'll see.
We'll see.
Yeah, that sounds like a plan.
Okay, and y'all are continuing along west, along the Old Svalich Road.
Yeah, heading down from the mountain here.
A bit before afternoon. It's several hours of walking. But after a while of, awkward starting and stopping, small talk, the Old Svalich Road transitions here from being a winding path through the Balanok Mountains to a lazy trail that hugs the mountainside as it descends into a fog-filled valley. In the heart of the valley, you see a walled town near the shores of a great mountain lake. Its waters dark and still. A branch in the road leads west to a promontory, atop which is perched a dilapidated stoned windmill. Its warped wooden... its warped wooden weather vanes stripped bare. So as you're walking along this path, basically the woods kind of recede a little bit on either side of you, and you could see probably a really good distance off into the valley below this walled-in town, what you would assume to be Vallaki, and beyond it, a large lake at the foot of a mountain, which you assume to be Lake Zarovich, looking on your map. And then while you're there seeing this, to your left, you're seeing another path that goes off the road and leads towards like a slight rise in a hill, and atop that hill is a windmill.
Hey, there's the windmill that we were told about. Old mill.
Yeah.
I mean, it looks like it's on the way, so we could probably go there first.
Yeah, it's not far off. It looks like the distance between you and the town is probably going to be at least several more hours of walking. Whereas the path that cuts to your left, you kind of can't see all of the path. Like it winds through some woods, and then there's trees, and then you see on this hill above the woods. But it is not far. It looks like not far to get there.
And the windmill is where Granny and her daughters are?
You would believe so.
I mean, we haven't come across any other windmills.
Oh, yeah, maybe we can buy some more of those dream pies. Yeah,
yes, it appears nobody is quite as chipper as this one in the morning.
Alright, well, I guess I saw some money left. Maybe we can go pay him a visit.
Yeah, that would be nice.
Okay, so you kind of walk through the woods a bit longer. Kind of the area that you were looking out at, the woods had receded a little bit, but then like this path kind of wraps back up into them. So you're on like a couple switchbacks going up a short hill. You've maybe gained about 80 feet in elevation on your walk, and you get closer to this building. And the onion-domed edifice leans forward and to one side, as though trying to turn away from the stormy gray side. You see gray brick walls and dirt-covered windows on the upper floors. A decrepit wooden platform encircles the windmill above a flimsy doorway leading to the building's interior. There, perched on a wooden beam above the door, is a raven. It hops about and squawks at you. It's seemingly agitated.
No.
Go away, bird.
I was about to say, can I do an insight check on the bird, but for once I actually have a character that's trained in animal handling for some reason. So, can I...
Yeah, go ahead and make an animal handling check. Or what are you trying to do? Are you trying to interact closer, or are you trying to get like a read on it?
I'm just trying to get a read on it.
It's seems to be agitated, and it seems to be directing its cause at your direction, as if to kind of like warn you away. I'm sorry, I think I said that without even making you roll anything.
Yep.
I mean, you can make an insight check.
Plus 2. Total is 17.
Okay, yeah, you are able to pick that up, and it's kind of like bopping around this kind of post above the door of this windmill, and it's just continuing to squawk at you, agitated. And you're picking up an intelligence from this creature that you don't exactly... You're not used to... What you're picking up from this creature is like more wisdom and more charisma than you would typically pick up in a bird brain. You're picking up there's something there.
Man, I wish one of us could talk to animals.
Are all of you in the welcome screen in Tabletop? I believe Brooke is.
I'm in the one that's high fantasy.
I can be.
I am about to move all of you.
I'm in there.
I'm in the splash page. Is that the right one?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
So,
I like the little token for Strahd.
can I... Like, I know there are awakened animals. Would Tegan know about the awakened spell?
Make an Arcana check.
Nope. That's a 7.
Yeah, it's confusing you because you're not really... Like, you had the Professor Wick back at the academy was a kenku, and that's definitely like a bird that's like, you know, that's basically a person. But to your knowledge and to your studies, like, this is weird. This is you've interacted with the birds of your hometown, maybe been like kind of a weird bird person and like to pet them and keep them as pets or whatever, but this is like you're picking up something a little bit more sentient than you would usually read out of a bird. And it's continuing to kind of like flutter, agitated, just like
I'm just gonna ask it, well, hello there, what's wrong?
Are you like Ricky? Can you talk to birds?
I can't talk to birds.
No,
but you can talk to plants. But I mean, I would imagine it's along the same line.
Oh, they're very different, and you would know that if you paid attention in biology.
I don't have that spell. There are spells that can do that. I don't have it. But I don't know. You never tried to talk to.
Okay, well let's see if the crow understands English, or I mean common. Crow, do you understand common? Nod your head if yes. Oh shit! Wait, it did not its head. Okay. Why are you yelling at us? Oh, okay, maybe that's a bit hard for you to do. Okay, well, are you trying to tell us something? Yes or no? Okay, now I don't know if he's responding to me anymore.
Are the people inside dangerous? Yeah, that's kind of what I thought.
Wait. Dangerous to us? Or like dangerous, just like skilled combatants? Are they like, will they like try to kill us?
If a raven ever shrugged, it was in this instance.
Alright. So they could just be like dangerous generally, like they're like some bad motherfuckers, but they're like not trying to, they're not out to like get us.
Like a knife is dangerous technically, but
Yeah. Well, thank you for the warning, Crow. I guess that means we proceed, but with caution. Running away is not in my vocabulary.
Shakes his head while putting it down, and then kind of puffs out its chest, and you see it's flapping its wings in kind of an agitated way, and then just like spreads them out for a second. You see for just like an instant, like the tips of this raven's feathers are blue, like it almost like fades from a black into a blue. But in that moment, it caws one more time, as if to say, "I told you so," and flies away.
That is probably the most conversational raven I've ever met.
that seemed foreboding. I was just wondering if there was maybe a different way to go.
Oh, you don't want to anymore? We don't have to go in. We could just go straight to Valaki.
I would rather go straight to the town myself. I would rather, as weird as this sounds, I would rather trust the bird than weird old lady.
Oh, come on. Think of all the stuff that might be in there.
Well, if you wanna go to town, I can catch up. I wanna buy some more.
Okay, no. Don't you remember class, like the very first class of adventuring parties? Don't split the party.
Yeah, don't you know, you never split the party. Clerics in the back keep the fighters feeling hardy. Come on, there was a whole song about it.
Yeah, come on. So either we all go in or none of us go in.
Well, it's just that we haven't. I mean, it's been a pretty safe journey, except for after we climbed the waterfall.
Except for when Strahd came and made me fall in love with him.
We were like right next to his house.
Nothing more dangerous than love.
Manu, while you're making your argument, go ahead and make a Constitution saving throw.
What the hell happened to Manu?
Hey, it's probably pretty safe. Oh.
14.
Okay. You are pretty insistent that you're looking down at your pies. I think you bought 5 and are maybe down to 2 at this point.
I have 3 left.
Okay, I think you are pretty adamant that the amount of pies you have is not enough
I have one pie still. I don't think that suddenly tips the needle from not enough to, oh, that's...
No, like, I think Manu is still pretty adamant that, like, he doesn't want to go farther from here without resupplying.
I'll go in.
And also, I am sorry to do this for probably the third game in a row, but I'm going to have a pee break in the middle of it.
All right. Well, Ricky did mention treasure, and one of Sonny's weaknesses is an inability to walk away from treasure. So you have have my attention.
Well, you can't just kill these people and take their stuff.
Well, we're not going to kill them. We're going to negotiate with them. And then, and if they're as badass and dangerous as the Raven says, maybe we can recruit them to our cause of... What is our cause, actually? We're just transporting Irina. Oh, we have to collect all those artifacts. Right.
Yeah, we have a couple of goals. I mean, 1, transport Irina. 2, get the artifacts. 3, leave.
Oh, yeah, that's a big one. Yeah. Yep.
Oh, and don't forget, get paid.
Well, I mean, that's kind of like a tertiary goal at this point.
I would say it is probably Sonny's primary goal.
What are you spending the money on? We're in the middle of like a wasteland.
We've been able to buy stuff. There was that one shop.
Yeah, they have like rickety wagons and like old iron weapons. That's
yes,
worth.
Well, I don't plan to be here forever, so saving for the future.
All right. Well, fair point.
I think Irina at this point walks back from behind a bush and is like, "Oh, sorry about that. What are we talking about?"
Oh, we were having a conversation with the Raven. He didn't want us to go into this building, but we're gonna do it anyway.
Oh, seems strange, but I can't argue with that, I guess.
Okay. Well, just in case, I think I should go first.
Are you walking right up to the door and knocking on it, or any of you like walking around, or maybe try to peer windows first?
I'll be like
to the windows first. Yeah.
Sure. Are there windows?
Yeah. I'm assuming.
It seems like on this ground floor there are not any windows, but about 8 feet up above the threshold of the door, there is kind of like this wooden platform that wraps around the building, and you probably could see into. There are a couple windows that peer into what looks like probably the second floor.
Okay, we'll. Can Ricky try to climb up to peer through the second windows?
Okay, yeah, go ahead and make an athletics check.
Ricky's like, don't worry, this is for safety reasons. I'm not a pervert. Ah, shoot, what is my athletics? Oh my, I cannot roll for shit today. I got a 10.
Okay, that's enough. I think you jump up, and the first grasp you get, your hand kind of miffs it and doesn't reach the edge. And maybe like what do you call like the armor equivalent of gloves? Are those glaives?
Gauntlets?
Yeah, gauntlets. Like kind of the edge of that, like you miss the edge with your grip entirely, but your gauntlet just like catches the wood and just like splinters and breaks. You made a good size noise doing that, but you are able to, with your other hand, like get up and kind of just, like clamber your way. Kind of, there's that awkward moment where you're only like chest high and you're like wiggling your legs, like it looks very silly. But you do wind up making it up on, let's say, like that side of the platform. And looking into the window, make a perception check.
7. Man, I have not rolled above a 5 yet.
You've got your like face pressed right up against this window. It is grimy. The dust and the muck is just like a thick like film on the window. It's like pretty hard to see anything through it. But you do see it seems to be like a thick, haggard, heavy-set figure. Maybe sweeping the floor. You could see that the dirt cake windows allow very little light to enter. It seems like most of it is taken up by maybe the large millstone that's connected to the windmill outside. It's connected to something central, turning maybe a wooden gear shaft. But that's about all you can hear, or all you could see.
Wait, so did you say I saw like a person sweeping?
Yeah, it seemed like a thick, maybe dressed in rags figure kind of sweeping the floor around this kind of spinning mechanism in the center of the room.
Does she look suspicious at all?
Not with the 7.
All right. Well, then Ricky gets down from this tower and is like, yeah, there's a person on the 2nd floor, just sweeping.
See there. That's fine.
Well, sweeping seems like a normal thing to do in your home.
Yeah, sweeping's not sinister.
And Manu, you specifically, like being outside, you're smelling like the sweet, like kind of bready, like fresh baked sweet rolls kind of smell. And you are salivating.
So are you gonna knock on the door? Or do you want me to?
Alright. Fine, I guess I'll knock on the door. And Ricky knocks on the door.
I'm like right there behind him.
You knock on the door, and after a few moments, you hear like some creaking wood, maybe like floorboards and staircases being traversed. And then the door doesn't open, but you hear a series of clicks at the door, and then kind of a wooden slot in the center of the door opens up, and you see kind of just like the eyes and upper nose of a person, kind of like very like wrinkly and like mole around the eyes, and kind of like looks at you and says, "I don't know who you are. Are you here to buy some pastries?"
I think so.
I am.
Oh, come in. We've got some fresh pastries coming out. If you want them a bit sooner, I've got some ready. What sort of pastries would you like?
What kinds were there again?
We have a sweet and a savory. I guess how many is usually the question I ask.
I'll take 10 of each.
Ooh, we might be able to close up early today. That'll be you said 10 each. Let's see. Would you like to wait for fresh ones out the oven, or perhaps would you like me to go up for my back reserve so I can get you out as quick as possible?
Oh, I'll wait for the fresh ones. That sounds lovely.
Oh, don't mind me. Feel free to step in if you wish to. And she kind of starts bringing broom out and sweeping up some things from the floor out of the way while you're kind of just in the doorway. But she kind of tidies up and kind of steps more into like one corner of the room and allows you to enter if you wish to.
Yeah, I'll step in. I'll like kind of push Ricky aside a little bit and then go past him.
No.
Okay, the ground floor of this windmill has been converted into a makeshift kitchen, but the room is filthy. There's baskets and old dishware that are piled everywhere. Adding to the clutter is a peddler's cart, a chicken coop, a heavy wooden trunk, and a pretty wooden cabinet with flowers painted on its doors. In addition to the clucking of chickens, you hear toads croaking. And then the sweet smell of pastries blends kind of horridly with another stench that kind of burns your nostrils. There's this awful odor that comes from an open, upright barrel in the center of the room. And you also feel warmth issuing from a brick oven against one wall. And a crumbling staircase ascends to the wall across from it. But yeah, at that moment, I think she goes, "Oh, don't mind me," and kind of steps over here and throws a lid over that barrel. Says, "Oh, it should be, and I think she looks at an hourglass on the table. It's like, "Oh, not longer than a dozen minutes. You said 10 of each, so 20?
Yes.
I think I can get you all fresh. We've got 2 dozen in the oven now. That'll be 20 gold pieces. Ooh, this is such good business for the day."
And I'll hand over 20 gold.
Okay, you might have a bit of a problem, man.
Oh, thank you, young man.
Hey,
Yeah,
are
my need outweighs my disgust.
I think for some reason it was Ricky's token moved inside instead of Manu's. Or Ricky, you were inside also?
Oh, I thought we were all inside, so I just...
Yeah, I'll go in there too.
Yeah.
'Cause I was going to...
I love her token.
I think Irina is kind of going to be reluctantly on the threshold, kind of like peering in, but like 1 foot is definitely outside the door. Oh, so many of you. Would you like to buy some pastries too?
While she's kind of talking to everyone, can I use Mage Hand, the Arcane Trickster Invisible Mage Hand, to open up that yucky, stinky barrel thing again, without her noticing, which would be a sleight of hand check against their perception.
Okay.
Cool. I think this is the first time anyone knows this, but I have some very, very fancy thief gloves from that unicorn party, and I have incredibly high sleight of hand.
I believe that only works on locks.
Oh no, you're right. Okay, well I still have pretty good sleight of hand. Not as ridiculously good as I do with those gloves, but still not bad. So I got 16.
Well, she got a 4.
Okay, cool.
So I think she has already turned away from that barrel and is kicking over some like debris, small items on the floor, and kind of like quickly sweeping them under the stove, mostly just out of sight. But you successfully cast Mage Hand, and with much dexterity are able to get that lid off without even probably some in your party noticing.
Damn, I kind of hoped that they would notice. Okay, well...
But that smell definitely like intensifies a little bit when you like get an extra little like column of the stench wafts out of the barrel.
Okay, could I sneak over and take a peeky?
Yeah, it's kind of this greenish black, almost like oil spill, kind of thick, sludgy liquid in this wooden kind of like wine cask barrel. And yeah, it's just like basically like purity control from the X-Files, kind of like this viscous black kind of oil that has this like almost like vinyl sheen to it. And you could see the surface tension of it. It kind of curls up at the edges. That's one thick soup. And when your nose goes above the barrel to kind of peer in, your nostrils burn. You feel like you might have lost some nose hairs.
That's okay. I have plenty. I can spare a couple. All right. Well, I don't really know what it is. I was hoping it was going to be something really obvious, like oh, it's full of babies or something. I guess I'll just put the lid back on because it kind of smells bad.
And did anyone else notice Sunny sniffing like weird black ichor?
Okay. Here, you know what? I'll dip my hand in it, kind of like show everyone, like, look, it's icky, it's ooky gooky, and then I'll put the lid back on. So, I guess I'll put the lid back on if nobody does anything.
Okay.
Like if everyone's just this like thumbs up, cool. Why are you doing that? Then I just like put it back on. If someone's like, I know what that is.
You quickly stick your hand in and out of there. And as you pull it out, it kind of schlorps with some resistance. Like, it almost sticks to you like hair gel or gack or like it's like it's stuck to you in a way that's like not easy. Almost like a drop of scalding hot marinara sauce like falling off your pizza onto your thigh, and it just like it just burns, and you're just like trying to show it off, but after just like a second you're like, I gotta get this fucking off my hand. You're probably shaking your hand a bunch. So I don't think anybody didn't notice that, but just for shits and giggles, I'm gonna make this person make another perception check, which wasn't good. So she is still sweeping stuff off the floor, kind of trying to kick things out of the way, make things look a little more presentable in here while you're waiting for your pastries. But everybody else definitely notices.
Alright, cool. I think that's all that I need to do with this stuff.
Can we do like an Arcana check on that freaking ichor thing? The thing?
Yeah, go ahead and make an Arcana check.
Okay, I wasn't talking about Ricky. Ricky cannot make it. I was hoping maybe somebody else could.
I mean, anybody who is curious about it is welcome to make an Arcana check to see if they could maybe know what that is.
Okay.
I'm actually going to tap myself with guidance, then close my eyes and really think about it.
Go ahead and...
No!
Alright, I guess this is up to Ricky.
Yeah, all you're thinking about is that weird episode of X-Files. I guess that wasn't one episode. It was a whole plot.
Wait, this is 16.
Right.
Okay, Ricky, you, this is not something you've experienced firsthand, but kind of like looking at the floor, and I think you might like ask Sunny, like, did that burn your hand? And kind of like from your studies and like the weird shit you kind of found fascinating, you're thinking that this is some sort of ichor, maybe demonic in nature.
Okay, if it's demonic, I'm going to use Divine Sense.
Okay, and remind me Divine Sense again.
So you can detect good and evil. So until the end of your next turn, so basically 6 seconds, you can sense anything affected by the hollow spell or know the location of any celestial, fiend, undead within 60 feet that is not behind total cover.
This person that's sweeping up the floor is radiating some definite fiendish energy.
Yo.
Okay. Alright. Okay, it's definitely game time. Ricky is going to, without, like, wordlessly, or before even, like, mentioning anything, he's going to cast, what's the thing? Protection from evil and good on himself, and he's going to put himself in between the lady and the rest of the party. He's going to be, like, kind of like that or something like that. Okay. He's going to be like, Fiend! Or, oh shit, wait. He's gonna...
This is all in character.
Yeah.
Fiend, wait, huh?
He's gonna look at the lady. He's going to say, so tell me, where are you from?
Oh, from here. I've just grown up with my mother and my sister in this windmill. It's a bit boring, really, but we get by.
Okay. Damn. It's times like this that I wish our group had a secret sign language or something like that.
Can I make a perception check on Ricky's sudden change in body language?
I think that would probably be perception versus performance.
Wait, actually, what languages does everyone speak that isn't common? Like, anyone speak Celestial or Draconic?
No, Orc and Thieves can't.
Ah, dang it.
More like Thieves can.
Yeah, I speak Aquan in Common.
Oh, okay. Everyone's got such, like, wild languages outside of Common.
This is the only language I need.
Yeah.
Dwarvish. That's it. Common and Dwarvish.
But yeah, so then Ricky's just gonna stand in front of this lady.
Oh, are we playing the language game? Well, I speak Common, Draconic, and Sylvan.
Okay. So, in Common, Ricky goes, so what... So you make pies?
Yeah, it's an old family recipe from my mom. Have you met her? How else would you know about this place? Granny?
Yeah, we met her in Barovia. She was selling pies from a cart.
Sweet old lady, the Granny.
Manu, I need you to snap out of it. This lady is not what she seems.
Oh, what do you mean, young man?
You mean she's not really a baker?
Oh, she's not really a baker. In fact,
I've got pies in the oven now. How absurd! You're being egregious.
I think she is a baker.
Okay, well, she might be a baker also, but she also is, and he draws his sword, points it at her. A fiend.
Oh my! The demon baker of Fleet Street.
And then, yeah.
Ricky, what are you doing? You're overreacting.
I am a servant, a holy knight of Mbube, and I can see through your disguise, evildoer.
Sunny is in, Sunny doesn't know what's going on, but Sunny's in. Sunny's backing Ricky on this. Rapier is out.
Guys, stop. I haven't gotten my pies.
Okay. On the one hand, much like Sunny, I'm going to be backing Ricky, but just for a moment, is the name of your patron Mbube?
It's Mbube, or something like that. It's like the lion god of shit. Like I think I found it was from the Zulu tribe. It's like the lion god, and so I was like, oh, dope. I just took that name.
I'm massively misheard.
Anyway, I don't know how to pronounce it properly, so I just said it looks like it's Mbube.
Do we not all worship Mbubes?
Yeah, right.
Yeah, I think she says, "Oh no, put that away, young man! You step into my bakery," and her voice gets a little more little more malevolent, and she says, "I think you might have bitten off more than you can chew."
Oh, contraire! And then his sword lights up with like sacred light energy as I channel my divinity into my sacred weapon, and I say, "I will banish you from this realm," or just straight murder you. I don't really know exactly how this works.
Well, I think there's no way around it this time, young man. I think you're all going to have to roll initiative.
Nice.
That was the goal all along, Missy. Wait. Okay. So is she just like... She says she has like a mom, though. Can fiends have moms?
I've met some truly fiendish moms just, like, in my life.
Yeah. Ooh, Sunny with the 22.
Sorry, I'm looking for someone specific.
I'm jumping all over this old lady. She said I bit off more than I could chew. Well, I can fit a whole lot in this mouth of mine.
Wait, I feel like we're just gonna dog on her. She doesn't really have much space to maneuver.
Yeah.
We also don't, but...
Yeah, watch her be like a freaking... Yeah.
I cast 3 area of effect attacks.
What's that one demon? Balor? Baller or something?
Oh,
Fireball,
like...
Fireball at will?
Yeah. Watch her freaking fireball all of us, like, and we just instantly can KO.
Oh my god.
Okay, so top of the round, Sunny, what are you doing?
All right, I think I'm taking Ricky's lead and just going in hot, all weapons ablazing. I'll just go with my classic. What is it? Rapier sneak attack.
Okay, go ahead and roll the hit.
All right. It was a 23 to hit. Or sorry, 22. I don't think that matters, but 22.
That does. That does hit.
It's just like
go ahead and roll
this
damage.
old crone with like full fucking tank armor under her.
Yeah.
Okay, so that is... Um, 19 damage.
And that is okay. Okay, are you moving at all or staying right?
Nah, I'll get in this old lady's face.
Okay, does that end your turn?
Yes, it does.
All right. This person is up next, and they are going to say, "Oh no, that was quite rude," and swing at you. 8, 9,
Wait, swing at Ricky or
14 at Sunny. For 14, does a 14 hit?
No, it does not.
Let's go.
Okay. She swings wide, and you're able to just like duck your way out of it. And then she is going to use her movement to get up on the stairs and start walking up. I think that would provoke opportunity attacks from Sunny, Ricky, and Tegan.
Yeah, so by the way, I don't know, maybe if I didn't make it clear, when he like made his sword glow up, that's like an actual like feature that he used. I just posted it in chat.
Ooh,
yeah, it's like a light cantrip on your blade, or?
Oh no! It's a channel divinity.
Oh, cool.
Yes, the sacred weapon.
So the whole,
and
whole room is blazing bright.
There should be a saved message in your character sheet, the spot in the bottom left that has all your details. If you go to the one that has like what looks like a paper airplane icon, all your like saved messages are.
Oh, did you do that?
Yeah.
Oh, that's so nice. Yeah. Okay, I see it. All right. Well, then I'll swing my sword after casting sacred weapon.
Okay, roll to hit.
Okay, does a 13 hit?
13 misses.
All right.
So you swing. I think Sunny and Tegan also get opportunity attacks.
All right.
I missed.
Tegan misses.
I got a 10.
And Sunny misses. I think
All
she's
right.
just like surprisingly spry for her frame and age. She's just able to kind of like hop one toe to another toe. I think she like precariously balances off of that barrel in the center of the room, almost tipping it over, and is just able to like leap and maybe even do like a little somersault midair and like land on the stairs. And you're like, God damn. But that ends her turn, and Ricky would be up next.
Alright, Ricky is... I was like, where do you think you're going? And then long sword after casting like sacred flame again. Damn it, I don't think 10 hits. Man, my rolls have been so trash.
No, that's not it.
Alright, and then, bonus action, I don't think it can do anything for bonus action, so that's the end of Ricky's turn.
Okay. So up next, you hear some like pounding coming from like the floorboards above you, and then kind of like popping her head out just above her sister is another crone looking down on you from the stairs, and she looks at you, Ricky, and says,
"Oh, look at this ugly one! Look at how ugly you are! Do you know how ugly you are?"
Oh shit!
And I'm sorry, I think it's what is it? You have to, Ricky, make a wisdom saving throw.
Well, is she a fiend too? Because I cast protection from evil and good earlier. So if it's if she's trying to, or I guess I don't know, maybe she's not trying to do it. Yeah, I'll post it in chat. If she's trying to like charm me or something, it shouldn't be able to work because I cast protection from evil. But only if she's a fiend. If she's like just like a human spellcaster, then it wouldn't work. Also, if she's just casting a spell that's not like a charm or frighten or possession or something.
Nope. Yeah, you still have to make a wisdom saving throw.
Okay, cool. 20 that time. Nice.
Okay, you feel like your feelings are very hurt.
Ouch.
But that's about it.
Wait, was she doing cutting words?
Vicious mockery.
Vicious mockery is what I meant. Yeah. Oh, what a jerk.
But that ends her turn, and up next would be Tegan.
I love that spell so much. But speaking of spells I just love so much, bless whole party.
Oh, thank you very much.
And what does bless do again? That's that
plus 1d4 to attack rolls and saving throws.
Cool.
For not Arena, but the four of us.
Okay.
That's my second level spell slot. And I'm gonna look over at Sunny, go, hey, Sunny, Sunny. And then I just wink at her, Bardic Inspiration.
Okay, are you doing any more movement or doing anything else with your turn?
Over into that back corner that I already signed up.
Next to the oven there?
Yeah. And that's it. That's my turn.
Okay. Manu, you're up next.
Okay, so I'm gonna need Sunny and Ricky and Tegan and Irina to make charisma saves.
What?
Surprise?
For Irina, that's a 5.
Oh,
two,
I understand
7.
what's happening.
Irina fails.
I think somebody really wants their pies.
Oh my god.
Charisma. 12.
18.
Ricky passes.
And Sunny, maybe?
Sunny just barely failed.
Yeah, I thought so.
Tegan?
Sorry. Yeah. Roll! Dang you. There we go.
And that is a fail. So Ricky's the only one that passes. Everyone else is affected by Bane. So you get a negative D4 to attack rolls and saving throws.
So it just cancels out the bless.
Yep.
And I'm going to be very irate and say that you guys need to stop.
I think Irina, whose turn is next. Are you doing anything else with your turn?
No, that's it.
Irina, whose turn was next, was like, "What, Manu? What the fuck? I wasn't even doing anything. What did you do to me?" Which I think she's gonna take 3 squares out of this building. It's like, fuck this, and that's her turn, which brings Sunny back up.
All right. I'm getting very mixed signals from the 2 party members in the south. One seems very supportive of me. One seems to be very antagonizing, Manu. And I think I'm going to, instead of dealing with those emotions, I'm simply going to run back over next to Ricky and start stabbing again.
Okay, I'd say the one on the left is kind of outside your reach, kind of like in the upstairs outside of the threshold. The one on your right is definitely in your reach. If you want to, you can go ahead and
so I could just like attack her from right here?
Yeah.
That is Ophelia.
Mm-hmm.
I'm sorry, what? Oh, right.
Oh,
Yeah,
wait, hold on. Give me like 10 seconds.
Yeah, no.
Manu, you traitor. The pies are too good.
I must have more pie.
Why can't you just take the pie after we defeat the fiends?
Because
Why
if
can't
you
you
kill
just
them,
take your pies and go?
if you kill them, there's no more pie.
Oh man. I should have realized he was freaking brainwashed.
Okay.
No one likes pie that much. Nobody.
Instead of rapier attack, let's go with I'm gonna try to cast Tasha's Hideous Laughter on Ophelia.
Okay, and that makes, on a failed save, it's incapacitated.
Incapacitated, unable to stand up for the duration.
Okay. And I have to make what kind of
Say
saving
wisdom saving throw.
12 plus wisdom, 15, 14.
Yeah, that works.
That's a success.
Yep, success. Damn,
Okay,
I really want that spell to work. It's like one of my favorites. Of the new ones. All right, well, I guess I'm done then.
Okay, you cast your spell like trying to get somebody to, barrel over laughing. Joke just doesn't quite land. Next up would be Ophalia, who is going to retreat upstairs, but before she does so, is going to kind of reach her arms next to Ricky at this barrel, and she is going to knock on it 3 times. And at that point, she's going to retreat further upstairs. Ricky, that would provoke an attack of opportunity from you. Unless, was that... No, this is a new round, so Ricky would still have a reaction. So yeah, if you wanted to take an opportunity attack.
Yeah.
She goes all the way upstairs.
Yeah. Yeah, I was wondering the same thing. So then I get 1d20 plus 1. It's 1d4 to attack, right? For less.
Yeah, and then minus 1d. No, you actually
You
passed.
succeeded
Damn.
against the Bane.
Oh my god, I cannot roll higher than 5 really for attacking. Does a 14 hit though?
14 does not hit.
Oh my god, dude!
Okay, but he scampers up through the kind of threshold in the staircase up and like kind of out of sight. She had knocked on this barrel that you're kind of right on top of, and crawling out of this kind of gross ichor is this weird kind of green-skinned pig-faced creature. And it is kind of like up in your face, Ricky. Initiative. Roll initiative for you. It's a 17.
Oh, I was right.
Look at that beautiful creature.
Okay, and that ends Aphalia's turn.
By the way, Ophalia left the initiative count. I don't know if that was intentional.
Yeah, I think it's how tabletop works. If there's a hidden creature in the initiative, it is not shown for you.
Yeah, it's like that on Roll20 too.
Got you.
But this snarling pig demon looking creature is going to... Oh god, do I... Okay, good. It's gonna swing at you twice.
Is it by any chance a fiend?
I
Or
think it is.
Apparition, celestial, elemental, fae, fiend, or undead?
I don't know exactly what it is, but it's gotta be one of those, to be honest.
Then it has disadvantage, baby.
Okay.
It's a fiend, yeah.
It is going to try to swing at you. That's 18, 15, 16, 17 hit. I don't think 17
17
hits.
does not hit, baby. That's that paladin armor.
Okay, and then with claw swipe, it's going to try to get again. That's a 16, but with disadvantage, that's a 12, 13, 14. So a 14 doesn't hit you either. So it's going to like kind of awkwardly fumble swinging at you, and then its weird jaw like trying to get up in your face, but it doesn't quite land at all. And it's gonna not provoke an attack of opportunity, but kind of get down to here, going down the stairs.
Right.
And next up would be Ricky.
Well, you know what Ricky's gonna do. He's gonna desperately try to hit something. Alright, so this is toward the Dretch. This is to Dretch A.
Okay.
Oh, okay. Please tell me 26 hits.
I'm pretty sure it does, but I don't have it right in front of me, so it's...
Alright, if a 26 does not hit, we all agree to run, right?
Oh yeah, that's super hits.
Okay.
So 10 points of damage.
Yeah, it's just... yeah.
Okay.
If
cool.
it matters, it's magical damage because of the sacred weapon.
Okay, good to know. Are you moving at all?
Yeah, actually, I'll take an opportunity attack from her. Or actually, yeah, it'll be a good idea for Ricky to try to provoke an opportunity attack from this one, just so if she does an opportunity attack Ricky, it's not a big deal though. But then Ricky needs to be close by so that Sunny can get her. You know what? Actually, Ricky's going to do this. He's going to do a pro gamer move. Okay, so he's going to. So
lever up your pro D&D strats. It's your boy.
Is Sunny going to? Sunny's probably going to keep attacking the witch, or is she, right?
I think I'll take
the one
care
that
of.
is visible on the board right now. It's kind of like
out of
the stairs, right?
Okay. Then in that case, then Ricky's just gonna move next to the Dretch.
Yeah.
Okay. Anything else you're doing with your turn?
Nope, nothing else really.
Next up would be this one, who's now seeing you at the bottom of the stairs. It's like,
oh, it's the ugly one again. Don't you just feel embarrassed leaving your house that way?
And I'm gonna need you to make another wisdom save.
Got you. 15?
That is...
You're blessed.
Oh, wait, bless. Thank you so much. Okay, 16.
That is still a bit of a fail, I think.
No!
No, I'm sorry, what did you get?
16. I forgot I had bless.
That is a success.
Woohoo!
So once again, you feel like your feelings are really hurt, and you're just like, man, why is she like? Has she looked at a mirror and I'm the ugly one? What is?
Yeah, I guess.
But she is going to retreat further up into the upstairs, and that's going to end her turn. Tegan would be up next.
Okay. I'm going to look sideways at Manu and then say to the others, hey all, I think we need to follow our ward's lead on this one and retreat. But while those are the words that Tegan says, she also follows that up by incanting the vocal component to Eldritch Blast to shoot at the Dretch. So.
Okay. I'm sorry, is that you rolling to attack on Eldritch Blast?
Yeah.
Okay. So I have that thing's AC, so I don't forget. Okay.
It doesn't matter. There's no way its AC is 8.
Yeah, it's kind of a small creature. It literally is a small creature. So I think it's just like its frame makes it kind of hard to hit. It's basically like a potbelly pig, but like nothing about it is cute. Like potbelly pigs are very cute. Like take that and make it the ugliest, like grossest, most repulsive version of that. Like walking on 2 hind legs and kind of just like gross little pudgy pig snout demon thing. But yeah, small enough to be hard to hit. Are you doing anything else with your turn or moving?
No.
Next up would be Manu.
Let's see. All right. I am going to. No, wait. I think that's concentration. Shit. Yes, it is. Damn. I'm gonna hold my action to cast Healing Word if anybody gets punched in the face or something.
Okay.
Healing Word? I thought you were brainwashed.
Well, I don't want to kill you. I just want pie.
Okay.
After Manu would be Irina, who is looking a little bit irritated, but then she rushes in 5, 10 to the threshold, and she's just gonna like, I'm bored as shit, and take a wild swing at the Dretch.
The most fearsome battle cry.
4.
Okay,
So an 8.
we are.
So an 8. No.
We are
She also
consistently
swings
rolling
back.
her shit.
I think even her sword, even a little bit, gets like lodged above this thing's head. It's not even like this thing didn't even duck out of the way. She just like swung and fucking missed. Like, and it's just like her sword is lodged into the threshold right now, and she's kind of standing awkwardly blocking the door. It's like, well, I didn't think that through, but I guess it's Sunny's turn again.
All right. We're rolling for shit. I think it's time to come together as a team, Manu, as the magic missiles, and start casting some stuff that won't miss. So I'm going to cast all 3 darts of magic missile. This ugly little pig thing.
Okay, go ahead and roll your d4s.
All right. That was me dropping it. All right. That is 9 total.
That is 1 hit point more than you needed. So I think it's like zaps with one, zaps with another. It's good. And then just like one more hits it, and it's just like and plops over dead. And you have slain that Dretch. Are you doing anything else with your turn?
Yeah, I'm gonna just like come up behind Ricky, ready to run up the stairs.
Oh yeah, baby.
Scooch that out of the way for you. It's not on top of you. Is that your turn?
Yes.
Somebody
Yes,
needs to
I
like
think
snap Manu out of it. Give him a little slappy slap.
Oh,
Unarmed strike.
something that I just realized.
Oh no.
To hold a spell is like concentrating on a spell, so Bane would go away.
Oh. Interesting.
Okay. Something happens that you are not aware of. Next is the correction.
Huh? What's that?
And then Ricky, you are up next. I think from your perspective, you do see this one.
Well, Ricky goes, yeehaw! And shows up right up next to her and attacks her. Anything happen?
Yeah, go ahead and roll to attack.
Is Bless still up?
Yep.
Nice. Oh my, fuck this shit. Alright, I don't think I hit.
Yeah, that is not a hit.
I literally it refuses to roll above a 5 when I'm attacking.
I think it's like these awkward, cramped quarters. You're all kind of mashed into this tiny circular hut that's mostly taken up by the staircase and this oven, and you're also like standing probably 2 legs on 2 different elevations while standing on the staircase. You're just like not able to, like, this is not the environment you trained in. This is not your peak. This is not your preferred terrain by any means.
Right.
But are you moving or doing anything else with her?
No, I'm gonna try to get as close as I can get. Can I like push past her actually, or no?
We can make contested strength checks for that. And once you've got past her, I'd say that's definitely an attack of opportunity. Even if you don't move outside of her. Right. That's probably not rules as written, but like I feel like if you're going through her space and ending on the other side, she's going to attack.
The true rules are just whatever the DM says usually. So
That's the golden rule.
Yeah, it's the golden rule. So yeah, I'll do that. I want to try to push past her.
Contested strength check. Some red.
Aw, damn it! All right.
Okay. Plus 4, so 15.
Yeah, I only rolled an 8.
Yeah, I think you're thinking this like frail, tiny frame of a human being. You don't put that much effort into it, trying to like barrel through her, but kind of her chest just gets like in front of your forearm, and she just kind of strong chests you backwards, and you almost stumble for a second backwards down the stairs. But you do manage to hold your ground, but you also do manage to let an old lady keep you in check. So is that your turn?
Yes, that is Ricky's turn.
Okay, and now Bella is in front of you. It's like,
yeah, what my sister was saying right. You are ugly and a weakling.
Make a wisdom saving throw.
This hag will just not let up. Okay, this time. Oh, I don't think even with I rolled a 4, I'm making this wisdom save. So yeah, a 9.
Oh my god, we are having trouble.
Yo, the dice gods are saying nope.
You know,
yeah, they are saying retreat now.
You take 5 points of psychic damage.
Oh, well.
That one was hurtful.
Does that make,
Fuck this. Alright. And then also my protection from evil and good spell wears off. Since I failed the con save.
Okay. But she is going to actually back up from your gaze a little bit and out of your sight. And that would provoke an attack of opportunity.
I'll go ahead and also use Healing Word on Ricky.
Okay, blowing that trigger.
Yeah. For a total of 5.
Alright. So I think, does a 10 hit? I mean, a 24 hit?
The 24 definitely hits for 10 points of slashing damage.
Yes.
Oh, young man, that was rude!
Well.
What are you gonna do?
You gonna say something rude to me again?
I'll peel your flesh before it's done.
Try me.
I'll also find a fucking pen that has ink in it.
Okay, but that was not Ricky's turn. That was an attack of opportunity. That's going to end this person's turn, and Tegan will be up next. You are not able to see the 2 hags, the 2 things that you're fighting, and Sunny is standing on the corpse of this little pig creature that you were fighting.
Tegan's still of the opinion that we ought to retreat, but no one else is retreating, so...
No, Sunny is like... Sunny's heated. That's pretty much all I got. Like, Sunny...
Yeah.
Hearing the biting words spit towards my friend Ricky has just enraged her.
I really don't want to put myself ahead of the tank because, suffice to say, I am not tanky. Yeah, I am going to move to that spot there. And I'm just going to hold an Eldritch Blast.
Okay, triggering when you see one of these two things that you've interacted with.
I see a non-allied target, yeah.
Okay, good to know. Are you doing anything else with your turn?
Nope, I've got nothing else to do at this point.
Next up would be Manu.
So I'm just gonna scream at you guys and be like, I just wanted some pie. Why are you doing this? And I'm gonna cast fog cloud at the top of the stairs, and it goes out. It's a 20-foot radius sphere, and it goes around corners, so it probably covers quite a lot.
And this is not a spell I think you've cast in-game, but this is a spell that I think your character would have cast before. This is not the first time you've cast this. What are you used to that fog cloud looking like?
Just a regular, white misty cloud.
Okay, when you cast this, you notice it's like the brightness and the saturation are just turned down a little bit. These are dark clouds. And you're used to more like fluffy, cumulus, like, clouds, or like cartoon clouds almost. But these are kind of like wispy tendrils out from it, and you think you're even seeing some of these tendrils are definitively looking like clawed hands. This is not the way you're used to this spell looking. This is definitively more sinister than you were expecting.
That's not my spell. Well, I mean, it's my spell, but that's not how it's supposed to look.
But so we know, again, I think you already said, how big is this, and is it a sphere, or...
Yeah, it's a sphere with a 20-foot radius, and everything in its area is heavily obscured.
Okay. Are you just centering it in the center of the room, trying to get the whole room?
No, I'm doing it like right at the top of the stairs where Ricky is.
Okay, so you're trying to obscure the upstairs?
Yeah.
Okay, so this kind of like, these wispy tendrils of smoke kind of flow forth from you and then creep up above the stairs and kind of in the spot, like, right in front of Ricky. I think Ricky's head is like just above, like, kind of, you see like the stairs kind of where I've just pinged this location, like here is a bit of like where there's not the ceiling, you see the fog like there, but the rest of it is kind of like upstairs. Doing anything else with your turn?
No, that's it.
Okay. So Irina is going to be next, and then she is going to kind of get her sword off of the threshold of this, and it's like, are we fighting these things or not? Manu, Sunny, Tegan, Ricky, what is the deal? I have not seen so little cohesion in a group since what were we doing? And that is enough words that is her action. And Sunny is next.
All right, Sunny, I think, is also confused, and her conclusion is we are stealing the pies and killing the hags. And that's just what's happening. So Sunny yells to Irina, grab the fucking pies, and then rushes past. Can I rush past everyone on the staircase, or is that too...
How about make a acrobatics check?
Okay, I will do that. 1.
I think you get past Tegan in this like really dazzling display of parkour. I think you like spring off the wooden wall or the stone wall to your right, and then again off like the railing of the stairs. And I think this fog that is heavily obscuring your vision, you run right into the back of Ricky, and then like kind of fall backwards down the stairs, and then stop just in front of Tegan. Yeah.
It is always disappointing to have like a +7 and just roll.
But I'll say that's just half your movement.
Okay. So since you're saying it's half, right?
Mm-hmm.
Well, then theoretically I could do the same thing again.
I'll say that's half of your movement, but not your action. If you wanted to do that again, that is your action.
Okay.
Like, try to parkour past both of them, only got halfway there. Now you're kind of like on your butt, trying to maybe spring up past. Can you try to what?
Just like squeeze in between them right here or something?
Sure. Or if you want to like army crawl through, like Ricky's probably got a wide stance if you want to get past it. But yeah, that would take your action.
Okay. Well, I don't want to get in Ricky's way either. I guess I'll just go here, and I guess all I really do is I fall down and then tell Irina to grab all the pies she can carry.
So you like do this really cool move that like is halfway successful, but then utterly failure, and I think you awkwardly like try to bounce past both your friends, only get halfway there, and then like fall in front of Tegan, and you're like awkwardly embarrassed, like, excuse me, I'm just gonna go back downstairs.
Maybe nobody saw it because of the fog.
But is that the rest of your turn?
Yeah, that's it.
Okay. So you all hear again from this central barrel 3 knocks. And then Ricky, it would be your turn.
All right, I'm just going up the stairs. By the way, so is there like a dretch coming out of the pool or the tub right now?
You can't see.
Okay.
Not that you could see yet.
Oh, okay.
And also, you cannot really see into this room. How does heavily obscured
Think fog.
Can't see nothing.
Yeah, you're looking into this room, and you're not really seeing anything. I think maybe trying to blindly feel out to your left, you're probably feeling whatever that like wooden turning mechanism was that you spied when you looked through the window, but you can't really see farther than like your wrists.
All right, well, I don't know if we can just freaking go in there then. You know what? Actually, I'll cast protection from evil and good on myself once again, and I'll put my hands out. I'll be like looking around, like I'm gonna go from square to square with my hands out right now.
Okay, make an investigation check with disadvantage.
Six.
Okay, you are stumbling around this room. You really can't see anything. I think you like bump into things that are shin height. You're kicking things over that are on the floor, kind of just shuffling around. You do stub your toes into the bottom of a stone staircase that continues up towards the sound of loud cackling. Are you doing anything else with your turn?
I cast protection against good and evil, but other than that, no. I'm looking around for the stairs.
I think it would take probably about 25 feet of your movement, and if you wanted to use the other 5 feet, you would just get started on the stairs to go to the third floor.
Shit, I don't know. Now I feel like we gotta leave because Manu's just like freaking what's the word? Sabotaging the party. So we should leave and then like plan a raid in like the middle of the night or something. Yeah, that's probably a good idea. So actually, can Ricky just start heading down the stairs?
You could start heading back.
Yes, I'd start heading back.
Okay. Basically, where you are on the next floor is right above where Irina is. And then doubling back the way you came would put you above, like, where... on basically the second floor equivalent of where Manu is on the map. But then you would be circling back around clockwise on your next turn if you're trying to go back downstairs. But if that's your turn... I think coming from up the stairs is like,
ew! Even heavenly obscurity doesn't disguise that ugly.
And I need you to once again make a wisdom saving throw.
This woman. Alright, well this time it's a 24.
Yeah, you're not even, like, your feelings aren't even hurt at this one. Like, the last couple times you're like, aw, and then that one time you're like, ow, and then this time you're like, weak, hurt it. But that's coming from a voice that you cannot see its source because it is very heavily obscured in here. And next up would be Tegan.
I'm going to try to move over here and say, hey, come on, guys, we need to get out of here for now, at least until we actually are in agreement on stuff. Okay. She would definitely side-eye the heck out of Manu if it wasn't in the middle of a fog cloud.
Actually, I think you could, because the fog cloud is on the second floor. So you could side-eye anyone on the ground floor.
It goes around corners. I would imagine it goes like down too. So it's just a 20-foot ball somewhere, like all in this.
Yeah. Yeah, Fog Cloud is a huge area, I know.
Is it a 20-foot sphere or 20-foot cylinder?
20-foot radius.
Yeah, so it would be like a 40-foot diameter.
Okay, so that is huge. So yeah, I think definitely this downstairs would be heavily obscured. Also, probably should have taken note of that in round 3, but here we are. Yes, you try to side-eye Manu, and that eye is not getting through that fog.
Yeah, no. It's pea soup down here. But yeah. And I'll still hold an Eldritch Blast for if I happen to see anything, but frankly speaking, if something actually ran up and hit me, I probably still wouldn't see it. But hey.
Okay, if that ends your turn, Manu would be the next one up.
Right back.
I'm just gonna kind of move over that way, and I'm just gonna sit here and hold concentration on Fog Cloud.
Okay, you are definitely stepping a little bit closer to the oven. It seems like the pies are pretty close to done, and you are just like you are maintaining concentration on your Fog Cloud spell, but your concentration is definitely also on this smell that you can't get out of your mind. Are you doing anything else with your turn?
No, that's it for me.
Okay. Next up would be Irina, who is kind of like awkwardly standing there, and then she remembers like Sunny was like, "Oh, steal the pastries." It was like, "Oh, okay," and walks over towards the oven. And is like, "Manu, do you want me to grab those?"
Well, I paid for them, so sure.
Okay, so it's not stealing. Sure. Should I leave 4 then, since you only paid for 20?
Yeah, just take what I paid for. I'm not stealing.
Okay, this is the weirdest outing I've ever been on, but I guess this is how you do your shopping. And she pulls out the tray. She kind of grabs a rag that was dangling on the what do you call that? Fucking words. I can't even words. Fucking the door openy thing of the oven. There's like a rag over it, kind of like a towel rag. Kind of what do you call that? It's not a lever. It's not a handle. I get a handle. The word I was looking for was handle. So on the handle of the oven door, she kind of grabs a rag to be able to pull out. There's 2 baking trays, and she puts them both on the top of the rack and kind of leaves 2 of each and kind of shoves the rest of them into her bag. This is like this you want these? Okay. But I think other than that, she's not doing anything with her turn, and Sunny will be next.
Okay. So everyone through there? Everyone's like making their way out.
Yeah, I think so.
Sorry, my cat's
Being you little cutie stinkers.
sneaking around and fighting with each other in different corners of the house. Okay. Is there like a place where all the pie ingredients or like pies are, or like where's the main pie area around here?
It seems like to the right of where Manu is standing is a little preparation area. There's like bags of flowers and some other ingredients, a little knife on the table. What are you looking for specifically?
That's specific enough. Yeah, I'm just gonna use acid splash on all of their baking equipment.
Okay.
So I guess it can be yeah, I'm just gonna throw it all over, like all this stuff, and then I'm out of here. Boom, I'm outside.
Okay. Does that end your turn?
I'll dash. I'm all the way over here.
Okay. So once again, you hear anybody who's still in the building hears 3 knocks coming from this central barrel of ichor. No, not that one. That one. Crawling out of this barrel is another little pig-like creature. It's gonna look around confused, and putting its eyes directly on you first, Tegan, is going to take a shot at you. It's going to take 2 attacks at you. A bite attack, which is natural 4. +2, so that's a 6. I'm pretty sure 6 doesn't hit you, but it's going to swing again with a claw, which is a 14, 15, 16 to hit. Does 16
It hits. It hits.
It hits. So with the bite, it is going to do 5 slashing damage.
What?
I've got to do this real quick, and then I've got a 11. Okay, and Ricky, you are up next again. You are upstairs. I'd say you're about here-ish, but upstairs. You just got vicious mockeried again by some figure that was heavily obscured up the top of the 3rd floor stairs, and you decided to clockwise wind your way back around to the 1st floor staircase so you can go back downstairs, but you're kind of stumbling blind.
Well, can I remember about where the staircase is? Or...
Yeah, you can't see it, but you remember that you walked counterclockwise up the stairs to where the 2nd landing of stairs was. And also you could run your arm along your left side wall and get there pretty easily.
So left side being this side?
Yeah.
So it's 5 and 15, like that?
Yeah.
Okay.
So it's diagonal.
And 20, 25. All right, I'm gonna attack. I can see now, right?
I think we've decided that fog cloud is so huge that you can't really see farther out than your wrists.
Okay. Well, I went down the stairs, so I just want to see if I saw T yet. But otherwise, I'm just gonna keep on going down the stairs and following the wall and try to get out with everybody.
Okay. Once you're right up adjacent to Tegan, you do see her, but I think the Dretch's height and the heavily obscured...
The Dretch is hidden.
You could walk right past that one and not see it.
Okay. Then I think that... Let me see. What is 5, 10, 15, 20... Yeah, this is 30 feet. I mean, I still have an action, so I might as well just, dash out, right? So I'm
could if you wanted to.
Well, actually, I think... Yeah, I'm going to dash, but I'm not going to dash out. Instead, I'm going to dash... I'm going to try to dash towards around where the ichor bucket is so I can push it over.
Okay.
Yeah. Hey,
as you do, like right around shin or crotch height, you kind of run right into this pig-faced monster on your way. And I think that without even having to use your action necessarily, you just like accidentally knock this creature over, which dominoes knocks the barrel over. And the floor begins to flood with this disgusting demon ichor. I think you and Tegan start to get your boots wet from that. And I'll also say Tegan and Manu make perception checks with disadvantage.
Twelve.
Perception is
okay. Both Tegan and Manu kind of looking at the spot where.
Oh, sorry. I rolled that with advantage instead of disadvantage. The total actually was 15.
Okay, that was still enough. Both of you see in this location where the barrel had been spilled, you see kind of like indentation in the floor, like almost 2 foot print size spots where the wood has not been soiled by this ichor. And I think right after that, you see almost as if like invisible feet stepping up to avoid the ichor, right in that spot there. As if there was somebody invisible standing there. But I think that ends Ricky's turn.
Yes, that does. That's
but there is a second dretch kind of bursts out of kind of the last remaining spilling of that oil and is there now. It is going to walk, kind of stumble in between Tegan and Manu and take a swing at Irina. I think it's 2, actually.
Bite and claw.
That's a 19 plus, I think it's a 4. 19 plus 2, so that's still hits. And that's 2 points of damage on the 1. And then the other is going to attack for 9, 10, 11 does not hit. So it's going to bite onto kind of like Irina's thigh and kind of trying to swing up above its head, but doesn't make more than that one bite. And that is going to end its turn, and Tegan would be up next.
I know at least one of these is right on me. So I'm going to take my action to disengage, and then I'm just going to move out of the house.
Okay. That was your action and your movement. Doing anything else? Or are you just measuring how much movement you had to get?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, disengage in 30 feet of movement. Looks like it puts you right next to Sunny, who is dashed out. I think that ends your turn, and Manu would be up next.
Okay, so knowing that Irina took the pastries, I'm just gonna like scream into the fog. I'm just gonna be like, "Okay, thanks for the pies. Here's a little bit of extra for your trouble." And I'm just gonna like throw a bunch of gold into the room, and then I'm gonna head out.
I'll say subtract 11 gold pieces from your total.
And I didn't disengage. I just like left.
Okay, that is one attack of opportunity. Letter S, Dretch here is going to try to make a bite at you. That is a 15, 16, 17 to hit.
Ooh, that just barely hits.
Okay, and I think that's what, just a d6? That's 1 point of bite damage. Do anything else with your turn?
Nope, that's my turn.
After you would be Irina, who just got bit by this thing and tried to get clawed up by this thing. Is like, all right, I've got these pastries, I'm getting the fuck out the field. And disengage, 5, 10, 15, 20, 25.
She doesn't need to disengage though, because the monster used its opportunity attack already.
Oh, right. Well, that's fine.
I mean,
she doesn't know that.
Matter. Yeah.
But next up would be Sunny. Your mic is off too. I'm not sure if you heard me say it's your turn.
Yes, I did. I guess nothing. Because the only thing I really want to do is ask Manu, what the fuck? And I think I'm waiting until Ricky gets out safe.
So you're just posted up hard with Tegan and Irina, kind of like catching your breath from a dash and like looking back at Manu, who's struggling to catch up with you, and probably like yell 20 feet away to where Manu could hear. You just go, Manu, what the fuck?
Yeah, I guess that's all I do.
I think once more, Ricky, from the middle of this room, you can't see, but it seems to be coming from in between these two small pig demons on the floor. You hear another,
"Now get your ugly self out of my face and never come back again."
I need you to make a wisdom saving throw.
Jeez Louise, it's like she only's targeting me. Is Bless still up, by the way? I don't even know.
Mm-hmm.
17.
Okay. You're used to it by now. You're just like, I've suffered more verbal abuse than physical abuse since I've been here, but I'm out. And that does not deal any psychic damage to you. That turn, but Dretch A is dead. Dretch T is kind of like gonna shuffle up to your shins and gonna make 2 attacks at you. That was a 16, 17, 18. Oh, that was...
Well, it still doesn't hit.
10. So 10 doesn't hit. The other one with disadvantage is a 14, 15, 16 doesn't hit, so with disadvantage it definitely wouldn't hit. So that one's not gonna get you. It's gonna swing at you a couple times and miss. And Ricky, you are up next.
Okay, but can I see it now to attack it or no?
Your knee is about wrist length away from your face. I'd say you see the shiny tops of its head and like its little ears poking up through the fog.
Okay, so I'm like Leroy Jenkins, and I swing my sword down on his head. Okay, and to make sure he really dies, I'm just gonna throw it a smite too, which I think is 3d6. Sorry, I think I accidentally exited out of my character sheet. Second. Yes, I do believe
it's 3d8.
A 3d8. Okay. Yeah, it's a 3d8 for because it's a fiend, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
So it takes 7 plus. So it takes like 22 damage.
Okay, I think you slice through this thing, and as you smite it, it's like about to be like Kill Bill style, like cut in half, slowly separating. Was that in Kill Bill, or is that just an anime thing?
That's just like an anime thing. I
don't think I've seen Kill Bill in well over a decade, so I don't know. But anyways, yeah, this thing is about to do that, and you smite it, and it instead just like explodes into this gross demon ichor, and just like splashes onto the floor.
All right.
And it is super dead. Not only is it dead, it is super dead.
15, 20, 25. All right, so I am now out.
Okay. Next up, and after that, I think 5, 10, 15, 20. This stretch is going to take 2 attacks at Manu. That's a 17, 18, 19 for the bite.
That hits.
That's 5 points of piercing damage. For the claw attack, that's a 4, 5, 6 to hit, which I believe misses.
That misses.
Alright, and that ends this little squealing pig demon's turn, and Tegan's up next.
I'm torn between my two choices. I'm going to let the dredge be taken care of by my far more successfully aggressive allies, and I'm going to actually use my healer's kit to because Irina got hit, right?
Yeah, she did. I think it was a weak hit, but she did get hit.
Okay, it was just a weak hit.
It was either a bite. It was a bite or a claw from one of the dredge.
Was she the one that took 1 damage?
She took 2 damage in the only hit she's been hit with.
And I'm not going to worry about healing her. So Eldritch Blast at S.
Okay. Go ahead and roll to hit. Nine does not hit.
Technically, I am still blessed. Does an 11?
11 hits. 11 just hits.
Hashtag blessed. Wow. 8 damage.
Okay, that thing looks pretty hurt after that. It's singeing, parts of its skin is like bubbling up, almost like that demon ichor is boiling. But it is still glaring at you. Does that end your turn? Sorry, I didn't hear if you confirmed that ends your turn. Okay. Manu, you are up next, and next to this thing that looks pretty hurt.
All right. Let me just look at this real quick. Okay. I am just gonna. I don't want to hit the windmill, so I'm gonna come up there, and then down towards this creature. I'm gonna cast Thunder Wave. So it's gotta make. It needs to make a Constitution saving throw.
So 17 plus con is 18.
Alright, that passes, so it takes half damage. Actually, I'm also gonna use my channel divinity on that, destructive wrath, and just maximize the damage, so it takes half of 16.
That is exactly how many hit points you needed to kill this thing.
Yeah.
So this thing just like pig snarls at you and then just like melts into this pool of demon ichor after you hit it with that was Thunderwave, right?
Yeah.
That one is also super dead. Does that end your turn?
I'll move out this way.
Okay.
And yeah.
Okay, Irina is up next and was like, should we, I don't know, maybe walk at a brisk pace out of here?
Yep, sounds good. I'm gonna hold concentration on Fog Cloud for the 1 hour duration.
Okay. I'm going to drop us out of initiative for now, because you could all just start walking away. I think you're like power walking, jogging down, but once you get about there, something might happen.
Okay. So, what happened in there?
I bought pastries, and then Ricky.
All right, we're gonna have to fix you.
We're gonna have to fix both of you.
What do you
Both
mean?
of-
There's nothing wrong with me. Ricky just attacked the sweet old lady selling pastries.
She's clearly some sort of demon. She conjured demons. She started casting spells, and Ricky's gonna like slap the pastries out of his hands. You cannot eat this anymore.
Wait.
No.
Ricky, what proof do you have that they are demons?
I don't know if you guys remember this, but I am a holy knight of the Knights of Mbube. We can see, we can sense fiends, fays, devils, and I sensed a fiend.
Well, that sounds pretty fucking reasonable to me. So
I think from up ahead a little bit, she's like, "Shh! I'm sensing something else too. Get over here, quick!"
Who said that?
Irina.
Oh, okay.
I didn't do a very Irina voice for that.
I was wondering if it was like the witches in there who were like, we're like trying to talk to us from the window.
I'll like scoop up some of the pastries that Ricky knocked onto the ground and go.
You see kind of Irina's tucked into the side of the tree and kind of peering ahead of you down the path in the direction that you're intending to walk. And she's like, I hear something. And indeed, all of you do hear kind of like a bell jingling, kind of wooden turning against wood, kind of creaking. And you see just a little bit ahead in the road is Granny, who you had met. Basically everybody but Irene.
Oh my god.
This individual in Barovia a few nights before. And you see this individual walking, pushing a cart laden with pastries, kind of a little canopy over it. The same cart you've seen before. This person is walking up the road towards the windmill, towards you.
I'm gonna drop concentration on Fog Cloud.
Okay.
Riki, you're 100% sure about this?
I am 110% sure. Yes.
This is your faith, yes?
Yes.
I will support whatever you want to do.
Okay. Well,
Manu, I will give you my last dream pie if
No,
you do
no.
not attack us.
Don't give him the dream pies. He's clearly...
Go enjoy your pie.
No. We have to
While
weed him
Ricky does his thing. Everyone can win.
We all have to work together to defeat those things.
We don't have to work together.
I think it's shortly around then that she gets a little bit closer to you and does notice you standing there in the road, kind of huddled together. And she, with kind of a confused look for a second, and then a moment of recognition dawns upon her face. And she's, "Oh, you, I've met you in the village. You came to buy some pastries. Did you find my daughters well?"
Yes, we found them very well. And I kind of walk up to her, maybe this close. Yes, they found them very well. The pies are very good. Could I buy a couple pies from you?
Oh, did you sell out of what we had in the window?
Yes, our friend bought the whole stock, and we were wondering if you had a couple more on you.
Oh, well, sure. How many can I buy off? How many would you like to buy off me?
Well, here, let me talk to my friend Ricky. Ricky, come over here. Let's talk to the nice old lady. Maybe you can, take a peek.
Alright, Ricky's gonna use Define Sense on her again.
You are also, detecting fiendish energy coming from this individual.
Alright, hey, Manu?
What?
Alright. You have to promise you'll stop impeding us.
What?
Just with a mouthful of pastry, like, I don't know what you're talking about.
I'm not doing anything.
Manu? Yes.
Oh, this one looks like a big fan. I could see why you sold out of our stock. How many would you like to buy, young man?
Oh no, I have plenty for myself. It's fine.
I think she was directing that to Ricky, who had asked to buy some, and she's asking him again how many he would like.
Well, no, Sunny wanted to buy some.
Oh, yeah. Well, could you take a couple moments to dig around in your bag and look for how many pies you have on you?
I think she looks confused at you for a second. Make a deception check.
Okay. Got a +6. 22.
Okay, I think that look on her face, that moment, passes fairly quickly. And then she's like, "Oh, certainly," and starts counting in her bag. And then she tells you, "It looks like I've got 3 left of the savory and 6 left of the sweet."
I'm kind of doing this to.
Right. So I'm gonna. So Ricky is going to just like walk up behind her, casually like.
Could you, Sunny kind of comes down closer to her. Wait, could you pull out a couple of those savories? I don't think I saw those last time.
Oh, sure. And then she kind of sniffs the air again, a little bit confused, and kind of like just shakes her head, and she pulls you out both a savory and sweet, and you could see kind of in her like unnaturally long fingered hands she holds almost like red pill, blue pill. Over here, they look the same, but if you want to have yourself a little sniff, the savory is in this hand and the sweet is in this hand.
Yes, I'd love to have a little sniff, and I bend over and I knock the pies to the ground with my head in a false motion.
Okay, and I imagine you're trying to do this in a way that seems like an accident.
Oh my gosh, I'm so sorry.
Make a performance check.
I'm like, Ricky's also just looking at the other two, and we're like, get ready. He's like this. He's like about to unsheath his sword. Although, I still don't trust Manu. This is more towards Tegan.
So, would you like to buy any of either?
Of those two, no, thank you. They're Tegan on the ground. Yeah.
Is it? How are Tegan and Manu looking? Are they reacting at all to Ricky's hand gestures in the back?
I'm as ready as I can be.
I'm eating pie.
All right, whatever. 3, 2, 1, let's go. Ricky smacks her in the head with his sword, not just like with his hand or whatever.
Go ahead and roll an attack on that.
Do I get anything? Like, do I get a surprise or anything like that, or no?
We'll say you're getting an attack outside of initiative.
Okay. Well, in that case, I'm gonna give myself advantage on it. Using that inspiration I got like session 1 that I've had for so long. I just really hope I get a freaking I think it's A. I really hope I get a You see, with advantage I rolled a 2. Oh my gosh, dude. Do you see this stuff?
Yeah.
She's just standing there being old, and you just like completely mad.
I mean, technically you still have bless, but it's not gonna help.
Yeah,
Wait.
I don't think it is.
If you does she even notice you attacked?
Well, I was going to have you make. How would you try to play this off if you you biffed it, you realize you biffed it real hard, and you were hoping you were going to swing so hard that a fight wouldn't happen after your first swing, but your first swing was such an utter failure you didn't even miss her. So you didn't hurt her at all. What do you do, or do you do anything to try to convince her you didn't just intentionally make a sword swing at her? Ricky, that'd be for you to answer.
Yeah. No, I'm thinking, man. I don't know exactly. Kind of hard to play off. Like, whoops, sword slipped.
Can Sunny help at all?
Yes.
Like, kind of like help Ricky play it off.
Sure. You could give him advantage to whatever role we decide on once he decides what.
Good. Okay, good.
So Ricky's like.
Very good point.
Wow. Did you feel that? This sword is just so sharp and strong. I've been really practicing my sword tricks. I feel like this, if I hit it this way, it might actually be able to damage somebody. I've never actually been in a fight, you see.
Okay, make a deception check with advantage.
19, baby. Good thing I had that advantage. I rolled a 5.
I think Sunny probably is saying, "Oh yeah, you do suck. You need to get in some fights. You need to learn how to swing that sword. You see, you're practicing it like the way I taught you, and you still can't even swing the thing." And I think
got those pie fingers.
Granny turns around and looks at you, kind of awkwardly splayed with the sword in the ground. It's like, "Oh yes, you do look rather bad at that." Well,
okay.
If you won't like to buy any pies, I guess I'll go back to my daughter's and settle in for the evening.
Okay, the
But
second
you could always come back.
I'll be back when I need more pie.
Oh, do, young man.
All right. The second she turns around, Ricky's swinging again.
Okay, go ahead and make another attack.
That paladin.
Okay,
tenacity.
24 to hit.
Oh my god.
You hit her. Go ahead and so is it 6 points of slashing damage?
Yeah, 6 slashing.
So close to a crit.
Yeah, I know. If I crit, the second I have 1 spell slot left, so if I'm saving it in case I crit, so I can just freaking smite the crap out of her.
I think you swing kind of like an overhanded swing, and you land it right into kind of her shoulder in the neck, and it just gets like lodged into her clavicle. And then she almost doesn't react to it. She kind of sighs. And then she slowly turns around and looks at you. And her form changes, and you see this almost like how the Grinch Stole Christmas, like the uncurling of the corners of the mouth into just like this malevolent, supernaturally wide smile, and this kind of like dark burning energy, purplish like fire in her eyes as she's looking at you. And says,
"Oh, well, I don't think you wanted to do that, young man."
But I think since it's past 11, that is where we were going to end the episode.
Okay. That is what I wanted to do, old lady.
Very nice.
Alright. So, next session's in 2 weeks?
4.
4 weeks. Okay. Yes. Right. I knew that.
All right. There is one thing I forgot to drop in the in-game handouts, so I was going to give you this for right after you survived an encounter with Strahd. But yeah.
But what even is a man?
Yeah, that was tight. Sunny basically terraformed a waterfall first thing in the morning. Ricky talked to a chorus of plants that weren't too actually helpful with what he was looking for. With the help of Manu and Sunny, I'll set up a nice little like Minecraft mud hut on the road. This is after a really intense confrontation with the first ever meeting with Strahd. I feel like all day I was almost like, hand shaking anxiety of just like, I'm gonna run Strahd for the first time, and I don't feel super prepared, but let's see how this goes. But yeah, it's fun gaming.
We're taking forever to get to Velocity.
I mean, out of game time, it is a lot since there's like a month in between games. But in game time, you've only been in Barovia 4 days.
Yeah. There's like not even a rush anymore because Strahd is just like, just take care of her. I'm like, oh.
But then he could just come for her.
Will do.
Whenever.
And might want to test your resolve to keep her safe. Just be like, I'm bored. Let me fuck with these new toys in my land.
Yeah.
I Steven, I love your memes in the chat.
I don't even think I've seen most of them.
I just saw them. They're so fucking good.
It's pretty good. Well, y'all found out that Manu's pusher man is a bunch of hags. I think in-game maybe haven't put 2 and 2 together that this equals hag, but definitely not human, normal baker old ladies. According to, I mean, none of you have the skills to verify this, but according to your friend Ricky, like, they are all fiends.
Yeah.
I
Evil
think
fiends.
Manu at this point is also a fiend of a different type.
Mhm.
Manu needs
Fiending for pie.
Manu needs an intervention.
Some of that dream
Yeah.
fiend.
I'm fine. It's nothing. Give me a
Quit
pie.
anytime.
This is a spoiler worded in a way not to be really a spoiler, but there's something that wasn't discovered in this location that might have made Manu reconsider his taste in delicacies.
Yes, I am
I'm sure.
interested in what is upstairs and what is behind their house.
I mean, okay, they're fiends that make dream pies that get people addicted to them. Obviously, it can't be like something good, right? They're probably harvesting Manu's like dreams to like, I don't know, make spells or whatever witches do.
I think, yeah.
That and the
Sunny's like, I don't know, just going along with it. They seem bad. I don't know what the fuck it is, but we're on a roll now. Can't be stopped.
Oh yeah.
I'm sure
this
what's
is the-
in those pies.
It's like I'm thinking it's kind of a slurm situation.
Uh-huh.
Soylent Green is paper.
But
It seems
must
like
be a-
even the wildlife and ravens don't seem to be too keen on the location.
Ooh.
yeah, I look forward to talking to more birds.
Bird drama.
Oh, definitely.
Yeah, I completely forgot the birds warned us.
Always
Yeah,
trust the bird.
unfortunately, OBS completely failed. I wanted to try to get a video recording of that, and thanks to everybody last week for getting together so I could set it up. But I don't know if it's RAM or if it's CPU or what it is. But I think regardless of what it is, it just means that neither of my computer, well, one is Chris's computer, but neither computer that I have access to will be strong enough to do that, which is kind of a bummer. But I've also been wanting to get a PC, but I'm also perpetually poor, so I don't know if I'll be able to swing that.
For sure.
But if I do, I'll probably take another stab at trying to make video episodes.
Okay.
All right.
Well, I like having the like the windmill video and stuff like that.
Oh yeah, the
Yeah,
music change and stuff. It's good.
Yeah, the disembodied audio video is really cool.
Mhm.
Yeah, that's James RPG Art on Patreon. He has stuff that is generic that you could plop into just about any campaign. And he has stuff that's Curse of Strahd specific, and he has stuff that is Rhyme of the Frost Maiden specific. He's also on Instagram, but he has higher res stuff on Patreon.
Is that who also made the stuff for the nightmare sequence?
No, that is a GIF I just found Google searching. In fact, that is a GIF I stole and then edited to delete whoever made that campaign information. I think it had like cards of everybody's character like on a Taroka card at like the very end of it. And I was like, yeah, but none of these are my player characters. These are just unnamed whoever's, and I'll steal your thing and delete the end. It's fine. But yeah, that was just a GIF I found on Google while searching Curse of Strahd GIF.
It's really cool.
There's a really good one that nope, not that one. I'm not using yet, but as far as Curse of Strahd GIFs go, this one's a pretty good one. Dropped into out of game chat. It's just like Strahd face with kind of swirling purple embers.
That's neat.
Yeah, anyways, I don't have a fan in this room, and I am overheating, and I have to pee. But thank you for playing, everybody, and I will see you next time. And watch, it's going to take me fucking 30 seconds to remember how to tell Craig to leave.
Yeah, fun session. Thank you.
Yeah, that was a good one.
Thank you much.
Bye.
Adios.
Okay. Colon, Craig, colon, space, comma, space,